Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, February the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, guys. We have a ton of earnings plays. If you just take a look at this, and if you see anything in orange here, so 0.25 or minus 0.25, that means it's an earnings play. And, if I keep scrolling down, you just tons and tons and tons of earnings plays today, guys. And again, this is sort of the last big week of earnings. So what is that? So let's take a look at Target. Number one, Target's going to probably drive retail today, TGT. And when I was watching it, it was way up here at 177 and it was positive, but now it's just basically gone flat. So Target has gone flat now. TGT, it's an earnings play. So look out below perhaps. CDIO is not an earnings play. So here's their news, and they put AI in here also. Oh, sorry, that's a general one. Here we go. After precision CHD tests launches, but they also say it's proprietary AI-driven, integrated, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so CDIO, low float, 5.3 million in the float. Huge pop here. Excuse me. The next high in the weekly chart is about 525. And it really hasn't pulled back yet. It really has not pulled back yet. The high in the pre-market is 339. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, I did I escaped a short on BVS. I was in this one short at 179, and it got down to 167 as it started moving up. So I made pennies on this one. I just thought that that two might stall it, and it still may turn into a short later on for me. They did have some news, some kind of a settlement agreement to preserve maximum optionality. I was surprised I had shorts available. In fact, they're gone now. Yeah, just looking over now. Yeah, they are gone now from Interactive Brokers. NCLH, cruiser earnings play. NCLH, cruiser earnings play. So when you just read the headlines, okay, so mixed Q4 financial results, but the first headlines you see though, it looked really good. Record booked entered 2023, record book position, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, they increased their revenues compared to last year, which wouldn't be hard. But anyway, down. NCLH now is down and gapping down. Boy, I mean, the next 15 might hold it. 15 might hold it for NCLH. ILAG, ILAG, ILAG. Announces plans to develop advanced smart home security devices. Okay. Come on, it must put AI in here. Nope. Entail encryption. I know they put blockchain in here. Anyway, there's ILAG. Falling now, though. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, CDIO is still strong, guys. This is not really pulled back. CDIO. KAL. KAL is not an earnings play. Okay, why are they up? I don't see any reason for KAL being up. It is up 9%. And it's a very low float, 748,000 in the float. That's why I decided that, well, at least I'll talk about it, but I don't see any specific reason for its being up today. And then we've got AMC. AMC, I do not profess to completely understand this thing with APE and AMC. I know now there's going to be a delay or a hearing, etc. Nothing will get finalized until I think it's at April 27th. AMC does have earnings after hours today, and then they made they had a press release about launching an all new line of microwave popcorn and ready to eat popcorn at Walmart. So that is AMC. HIMS, HIMS, him and hers, I think. HIMS. This is a nice gap up on earnings for it. Not a huge amount of volume. Been on a pretty good run the last few weeks, 637 up to 10 now over the last couple of months for HIMS. AHCO, this is a healthcare, yeah, home healthcare. Pretty decent gap down here, guy. Well, huge gap down, 20% gap down for eight. Wow, look at this. This is not, the next lows are around 1679, 1685. What a gap down on the weekly, the daily, crashing through the 200-day moving average for AHCO. TPIC, TPIC. TPIC is another earnings play. I think this is gapping down also, getting closer to a lifetime low. TPIC. You can kind of see, there's a big gap down, another one that gapped down through the 200-day moving average, TPIC. Not a lot of volume yet. I'm sorry, this is not an earnings play. This is not an earnings play. This is a private, so they've done a financing. Okay, they've done a financing, had earnings on the 22nd. So excuse me, this is not an earnings play. Dish is weak. Don't know any Dish owners in this room, but I guess they had a big outage, a hack on last Thursday. And so this is wreaked havoc so far for them. Dish tumbles as Bank of America issues a rare double downgrade on concerns about the company's wireless network plans. So, it's not just because of that. The Thursday hack, okay, that's one thing, but and they had earnings on the 23rd. MNSO, this is an earnings play. MNSO is an earnings play. China stock. Nice breakout here. OLPX, this is getting hammered here. There was anyway. Let's see if it's recovered at all. OLPX, nope. This is an earnings play. OLPX down 18% on earnings. The next low looking left is around 374 for the, I guess, no, wait a minute. Maybe around 4 on the weekly chart for OLPX. What a big gap down though. Then VTNR, another earnings play, VTNR. It's a little gap up for it. And let's take a look at where it could go. So yeah, it's got a ways to go. If it could ever take out that 944, not that far away, 944. Then look left, 1462. This is probably an earnings play back here. And probably got thumped on earnings. CDIO is holding, guys. It has really not had a pullback yet. SINT, yeah, what's going on with this one? Don't see any specific news for it. Yeah, I did see this Rainier, RNER. It's up 37%, but remember it crashed down yesterday. So yeah, this is a recovery. This is a SPAC blank checker, and I sort of trying to read the news about it. Take a look at Target, guys. Target's going to really affect obviously retail today. Target has just gone, basically it's flat. So Costco and Walmart also this week, I think on the second. Take a look. I think Costco releases on the second. Yeah, after hours on the second, and I think Walmart does the same. So we got obviously some big retailers this week. I'm wrong about Walmart. I must have been thinking about something else. Didn't realize Walmart had released earlier on the 21st. Macy's. I was thinking of Macy's. Yeah, Macy's, I think, releases on the second. Yeah, so Macy's and Costco release on the second. Macy's pre-market, Costco after hours. Target so far basically flat right now. All right, 9/11. Let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. All right, we've got a few more downgrades than upgrades, but not a huge list of either. We're in for basically a flat open also, just looking at the SPY, yeah, basically a flat open. Okay, now I got the downgrades in. And really all I'm looking for is, well, a couple of things. Anything by Wedbush, perhaps on an upgrade, and any multiple downgrades or upgrades. I didn't see any on the upgrade side. In other words, one stock being upgraded or downgraded by multiple firms. And I'm not seeing that at all. Just a couple more to go. Boy, Fubo is getting another downgrade, FUBO. There's that Dish downgrade by Bank of America. A rare double downgrade, as it was termed. All right, guys, so there are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, saw the CFRX. The CFRX was just getting hammered. Had the big day yesterday, but it sold off. I mean, it got up to what? It got up to 694 yesterday, and it closed down here at 471. Continues down, and yeah, they have done a financing. This is just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, CDIO guys, this could be. This is not giving up really anything at all. I may break a rule on this one if it if it starts to move right off the bat, I typically do not want to trade in the first 15. Let's take a look left on this 333. So, I mean, if it took out 333, I have to stick an alert here. Yeah, stick an alert at 333. That is the next high looking left. That's 3 weeks ago. And what did it get up to today? It got up to 338. So it did have a little shot above that. And of course, if it can get through that, then the next high looking left is 525 on the weekly chart. But the encouraging thing about this one, with that float, it really hasn't pulled back at all. There's been very, very little profit taking. 16 million have traded, about 5 million in the float. So it's traded the float a little over 3 times. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on Show More. And we'll bring up our sector. So again, we're in for a flat open. So I'm not anticipating too many wild. I don't think we're going to get, well, okay, so here we go. So XLE, yeah, so you see a lot of them are about 50-50, but XLE, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is a major ETF for energy. And when you see 90% in green, what does that mean? That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above, as we speak, above yesterday's close. That's what all that means. And so when you start looking at the various sectors, hovering around, well, financial is 87%, but nothing is really standing out other than energy and financials. Now, after yesterday, let's see, yesterday we had a mildly positive day. Let's take a look at the major sectors with respect to their moving averages or the 200-day moving average. So there's XLE, and there's that green line, if you can see it on my daily chart. So it's still above it and starting to move away from it again. It was getting closer and closer and closer. 4 days ago, it almost touched it. Retail, let's see what target affects retail today. So we're still above it. Consumer staples, this was the one that was below it. Still below. So consumer staples is below the 200-day moving average. Healthcare was also below. XLV, yeah, and it's starting to move away further and further, guys. This is becoming a very weak sector. Healthcare is becoming a very weak sector. Industrials are still pretty safe. You can even see the 200-day. There it is. Yeah, still very safe, safely above. Financials, XLF. Yeah, it's still safely above. Here's the other one that should be below. Consumer discretionary, yeah. Touched it yesterday, but now it's still below it. Material should be above it, still safely above it. XLB. Yeah, that's right, though. It was really starting to get closer and closer. Had a nice little couple of days, though. So, well, yesterday anyway. And then we got communications. Communications, XLC. Wow, just sitting on top of it again, guys. Just sitting on top of it. And tech, XLK. Yeah, trying to move away again. So to sum up, we've got consumer discretionary and staples below the 200-day. XLV really weakening. Healthcare sector really weakening. And then communications is sitting right on top of it. So we're in danger of having 4 of the major sectors below the 200-day. Why do I talk about the 200-day? probably the most widely followed technical indicator there is out there. So in theory, above 200-day, good. Below 200-day, bad. Okay, I mean so that's why we look at it every morning just to see what's happening. And the SPY itself, I mean, the SPY itself is still over the 200-day, but there it is, 393 is the 200-day moving average. And again, guys, that CDIO hanging tough. No real profit taking yet. Pretty impressive. You just give me a moment, please. Actually, yeah, ZM is an earnings play. Zoom is an earnings play. Shoot, you know what? Yeah, I tried to get a short on this at 77.80, 77.85, and I just didn't get a fill. Just looking at my IB, I didn't get the fill. 77.85, so it's dropped $1. Talking about ZM, Zoom, it's an earnings play. Let's see what Captain's talking about with GSAT, okay? Actually has earnings tomorrow, after hours tomorrow. Yeah, I'm hearing Sint. The reason I didn't really, yeah, well, it's definitely having a nice move here. I couldn't see any reason for it. This INT, this is probably one of the lowest floats that we've seen, 297,000 in the float. So let's take a look at the weekly chart. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 310, and then after that, we're talking 897. So yeah, I don't see any news on this whatsoever. Well, again, there's that high. That 323 is the high looking left on for SINT. I don't see any news on it. Anybody have any news on this one? I can't see any of my headlines. They're looking to see if anything else is sneaking in. I think RVMD is an earnings play. Yeah, RVMD is an earnings play. I think it also had an upgrade. Yeah, RVMD had an upgrade also, so it's an earnings play, also an upgrade. Sorry, an upgrade, yes. Boy, CDIO is super strong, guys. Super strong. No real profit taking at all. And there it goes. There it just took out the high, or got up to the high, I think, of the pre-market. Almost. 338 is the high of the pre-market. Again, this is one that I may break a rule. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, but this is just very impressive with the way it's held. Because you would think that there'd be some profit taking, you know. I mean, it's up 159%. It has come all the way from 124. And wow. And there will be profit taking, believe me, but not yet. Look at this move here, guys. I will freely admit I have scalped some. Okay, but I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. It's the first pre-market trade I've taken in a long time. Well, the short of BVS earlier, but wow. So this is again 525 is the next high looking left. Oh, I know the news. I mean, we can read the news on it, and plus they put AI in the news. Okay, they also put AI in the news. Precision test, and it's using its proprietary AI driven. Okay, so the news coupled with putting AI in the press release is just giving this a huge pop. You can't short it. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, which is probably a good thing so far anyway. So the market is getting weaker, guys, in for a slightly negative open. Dish, let's take a look at Dish. I mean, this is under a lot of the rare double downgrade by, that's what it says. Issues a rare double downgrade for Dish. And this is a lifetime low. Now we're at a lifetime low for Dish, DISH. Or this cardio, I mean, this CDO, I mean, I'm not, this could just go even more crazy. All right, guys, less than a minute. Where's William? Less than about 40 seconds. We're going to open. So I will get rid of that and I'll just wait for the open, let my races start. All right, guys, we got about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. We are open. And there's the explosion for CDIO still. Yeah, man, oh man. I wish that hadn't happened right here. You see, I was hoping. Then it came right back down though, guys. So you got to be awfully careful. got up to 40 something, and then right back down to 369. So you got to be really, really careful. So so the market is down a little bit. Hey, Norwegian NCLH is weakening again, but it's been very choppy in the pre-market. You got to be careful on this one. Look how choppy it is in the pre-market. NCLH. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Very, very choppy. Now, AHCO is not that choppy. I mean, it's a little bit choppy, but it's not that choppy. And this is a healthcare, and its earnings, AHCO, and it is weakening again. And this is, not an all-time low, but what are we talking about here? The next low looking left is 1690. So it takes out that 1690. In fact, then it's just showing up. It is just showing up right now on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early for me to take it, that unfortunately. Yeah, Dish is getting weak. You're right. Dish is getting weak. All-time low, not showing up yet in my 200-day, my 10-day daily breakdown. Some filter is not is preventing it. And I think it's the has to be a gap down of 40 cents at least. It'll be really close now, really close. Because it opened at 11:55, so it gets down to 11:15, and this will trigger. Dish will trigger at 11:15. The price. I'm not on mute, so hopefully nothing's going on with my sound. You guys can hear me, right, in the main room? I'm not on mute. Okay, guys, so this is the Sangamo, SGMO. This is the one that Wedbush has a $16 price target on it. Got a lot of, stuff to get through to get to 16, but, it is just, maybe for a longer term trade. Boy, the BVS is right back up. All right, guys, as predicted, there's Dish. Dish is now a 10-day daily breakdown. I may take this if it breaks through 11. Okay, I'm going to wait on a whole number break. This is an all-time low, so that's why sometimes I'll take an early one if it's an all-time low on my 10-day daily breakdown. Look at this market. All right, CDIO, yeah, CDIO finally is starting to give it up. There's AUPH. Somebody was mentioning AUPH. Haven't seen this one for a while. Look at that. Wow. AUPH. Problem with it is maybe a little too much resistance, not that far away. For AUPH is that it is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market, but it is an earnings play. Bank of Nova Scotia, yeah, Bank of Nova Scotia is must be an earnings play. Yeah, wow, getting hit hard. BNS getting hit hard. And we have a halt here for a lunar, LUNR. Halted on the way up. Okay, halted on the way up. AMC is now a market high. The pre-market high is 813. The next high after that, let me just stick an alert there. And the next high after that would be 854. And it has earnings after hours today. Sangamo guys, SGMO. I wonder if that Wetbush $16 price target for me to take effect again. Big Shady took BVS, nice one. If you, yeah, I don't know if you took it. Big float, well, big float, 29 million. It's not crazy, not a crazy low float. Don't know. Are you asking me a question, Mohan? Gold trading, please? What do you mean by that exactly? Wow, BVS, good, nice one, Shady. I am a little surprised about this one, but it was a little too, well, I was short this in the pre-market at, what was it, 179. Made a few pennies on it. Okay, there's the AMC now taking out the pre-market high, guys. AMC taking out the pre-market high. Oof. AMC guys on the move here. Again, earnings after hours. And plus, AMC popcorn now in Walmart's. Hmm. You were right. AI is taking off. AI is taking off. It's one of the stocks I do have thumbnailed. AI is taking off in a big way now. So what could happen here? So the next high looking left is 2376. So it's getting, I mean, it's getting into that area. AMC guys on the move. AMC on the move. Now there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I don't think they were available yesterday, or they got snapped up or something. And this is on its own, I believe. I don't think the other memers are moving. GME, yeah, a little bit, but not much. Let's take a look at Bed Bath and Beyond. I doubt very much Bed Bath and Beyond is moving. Right, no, moving down. And Ape, see, this is the thing. I don't know what he really. Yeah. So Ape is moving down. AMC moving up. Boy, look at this Brazilian airliner, guys. Brazilian airliner. Azul is now an all-time low. AZUL, an all-time low. So Mohed, I don't know. Can you hear me? This is somebody from our YouTube room. I don't know if you can hear me or not. All right, NFE. NFE is now showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. This is an earnings play, New Fortress Energy, NFE. Now looking left on the daily chart, the next low is 33.77. So that's actually pretty close. That's the next low looking left. So that is pretty close. That is a nice, yeah, I can certainly give you a coupon. You want to subscribe to Trade Ideas? Absolutely. Okay. Here, okay. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay. And here's the coupon code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Anil, always happy to help people take out a subscription. Keep an eye on target now, guys. TGT. So it has gone positive again. A little bit choppy. It is an earnings play, but it's gone positive again. At one point, it was negative in the pre-market. Market is base. Okay, Dow's down a little. Nas is up a little. SPY is basically flat. Okay, guys. CPNG, yeah, CPNG. Wasn't that an earnings play, or is that an earnings play? Coupang. It is an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. Didn't really do much in the pre-market. You can see right there. It didn't do much in the post-market. But opening now, market opens, and look at this. Meanwhile, NCLH is getting weaker, guys. NCLH is an earnings play, getting weaker. Now, NFE, this did not hold it so far. 33.77 did not hold it. Holy smokes. I'm sorry. I must have been looking over here. 30. You know what? I thought that was 34.77, not 33.77. So that actually had some room to move down. This is on the 10-day daily breakdown, and it's another earnings play. This meaning NFE. Wow, BVS came right up, back down after the little pullback. Nice one, Shady. Yeah, well, it's sort of moving with the market. Look at that bottoming tail for Dish. Look at the bottoming tail on that first 15-minute candle. Look at the bottoming tail on the SPY, and now a green bar. Now, this is not really green yet, but sort of mirroring what the SPY did a little bit anyway. Wow, look at this one go. CN, CIEN, guys. Look at Sienna go. This is not an earnings play either. Let's see. Price target maintained $65. Price target by Rosenblatt. Anything else? I can't see any other news. They're going to have earnings on the 6th through the 200-day moving average. Well, those shorts dried up at Interactive Brokers for BVS, which I guess is a good thing. Oh, I mean, settlement agreement to preserve maximum optionability. That's the news in BVS. Yeah, it doesn't look well. Okay, CDIO looks like it's trying to hang on to the VWAP. VWAP is 327, so it looks like it's trying to hold on to that VWAP, guys. If they, so maybe it'll bounce off the VWAP. 327. It got down to 331. So the VWAP so far holding it. So my problem with AUPH right now is that 950 mark. Now, look, if it can get through that well, it's got 977. I mean, the fantasy area would be, I guess, what would it be? 1052 is the high in that weekly chart. This is an earnings play. Reports a Q4 loss, tops revenue estimates. So, give me one moment. All right, NCLH now at that whole number. NCLH at the whole number. The 200-day moving average at 1438 or so. So that could hold it. But NCLH weakening on earnings. NCLH weakening on earnings. Yeah, HIMS is an earnings play showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. And let's take a look left. When you look left on this, the next high is looking left on the weekly chart. Looks like that's 1176, and that is back in, it's almost well, not quite 2 years ago. June of 2021. So not quite 2 years ago, approaching those highs for HIMS. VTNR, I think is making a high here, guys. VTNR through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. The big level for it would be 944. Yes, 944. 944 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. If it can get through that, then the next high on that weekly chart is way up here at 1464. So stick an alert, put a price alert right around that 946 area, okay? And see if it takes it out. Now, again, if it does, it doesn't mean you pile into the trade, but you want to know about it. And, see how it's trading. Yeah, BNS, Bank of Nova Scotia, you're right, was a big drop. TCPC, another earnings play, guys. TCPC is another earnings play, and it is gapping down through the 200-day moving average. Next low looking left that's too close. 1129 is the next low looking left. So for me, it's just too close. HIMS, guys. HIMS on the move here. So AMRC is another earnings play, and it looks like it could be coming into a support area, around, what is that, 44.67 right now? I mean, 40, just around 44, just underneath 44 could be a support area. Here's another one. Is this another earnings play? See all these earnings plays, guys. EverQuote, EVER. Wow, look at this one, EVER. The next low looking left is 1351, so it's below that. The next low is 1308, so it's got some room to 13. If it somehow takes out 13, 1136, way underneath is EVER. Lots of shares available, 600,000 in Interactive Brokers. So Yeah, I'm afraid to look at AUPH. Probably didn't stall where I thought it might. Yeah, well, sort of. That's where I'm thinking that the stall area is. If it can take this out, 986, 986, 1052. So if it can take this area out, then the next high is 986 and then 1052. That's on the weekly charts. Okay, so CDIO, I was mentioning this one a little earlier, trying to hold the VWAP. Looks like it is holding 329. It got right within a couple of pennies of it. Market is choppy. Look at the SPY, look at the big bottoming tail, that first 15-minute candle, and then the big topping tail, the next one. Meanwhile, BVS, good, good one. Shady. I'm surprised, because of that float. I mean, the float is not high, but 29 million, but it's not one of those crazy, crazy low floaters. And that news didn't, I mean, obviously that news was a lot more important than I thought. EHC, look at a lot of the healthcare. I'm going to type in XLV. I want to see what's happening with that sector now. XLV, healthcare sector. Yeah, look at this, guys. Just really, this is becoming the weakest sector by far with respect to the 200-day moving average, okay? And it continues to move down. All right, MNSO, not a terrible spread. 1824, 1829, not a terrible spread. It's got some room. Let's take a look at this on the weekly chart, a little expanded view. Yeah, this has got 1933 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. No, I'm wrong. 1836 is, and then after that, 1933. So that is for the MNSO. Now there's some pretty big topping tails now. Boy, HIMS is just awesome, guys. HIMS, awesome. So here we go. Let's take a look what's happened. These are the 10-day daily breakouts, okay? So there's the first alert for AUPH at 9:15, and it got up to 967. BVS, of course, first alert was at 218. This is the star, percentage-wise, 287. HIMS, 1113, 1130.46 right now. And even AMC at 819, and it got up to 854. So all of these all of these would have worked if you'd taken the alert almost right at the time. NFE, let's take a look at the ones on the way down. NFE 35 got down to 34.20. Remember, these are ideas, okay? NCLH 1530 on the short, underneath 15 now. Dish 1116. I think this one bounced. 1116. What did it get down to? Yeah, not much. And then AHCO 1688. And this actually, what did it get down to? Yeah, it got down to 1625 after the alert. So pretty good action from the 10-day daily breakouts and the breakdowns. And yes, I am sharing those two scans. Well, here's another earnings play, guys, getting creamed here. TWI, another earnings play. Really no action in the pre-market. Released after hours, not a lot of action. But look at this TWI, Titan. All right, guys, CDIO is holding well now. Well, it's holding a little better. This takes out 368. This could get rolling again. I'm going to stick an alert there, 368. Another healthcare stock getting hammered here, guys. ACHC. Look at this, right through the 200-day moving average. Okay, CDIO did not hold, and it's now through the VWAP. So this could be it for a while anyway for CDIO. Meanwhile, Vancouver's turning into a winter wonderland. Unbelievable. Chico's CHS. Is this an earnings play? Look at all the earnings plays, guys. Just tons and tons of them. CHS, another earnings play. Chico's. Next high looking left at 605. If it can get through 605, 633 is the next high. All right, guys, TWI, just mentioned this one, an earnings play, getting closer and closer to that whole number. Meanwhile, NCLH taking out 15 like nothing now. NCLH, an earnings play, getting closer to its 200-day moving average, 1439. Hims, guys, holy smokes, Hims! What a great. I'm a little surprised at this move. 113 million in the float. That's a big move for that with that float. There's another healthcare stock, EHTH, another one. Look at all these healthcare stocks just getting creamed here. EHTH, another one, earnings play. EHTH. The next low looking left on this one. Wow, it looks like it's 767. Not very much volume. All right, guys, TWI through that whole number. The next low looking left is 1157 for TWI. Market putting in a pop here. Sangamo making a new high, guys. SGMO. SGMO. TWI, guys, make it. Wow, another new low. TWI, another new low. Okay, LLAP getting a little bit of a move here. The high yesterday was around 332, 333 to be exact. TWI, guys, making another new low here. Getting close to that at 1150. 1157 is the next low looking left for TWI. All right, so you're taking off already. Good for you. You must have a real job somewhere. Yosh, guys, YOSH, Yoshiharu Global, food services and drinking places. Look at the room this has got. So keep an eye on this one. It's not an earnings play. I don't know. I can't see any specific reason for its move. Son of a gun. It just moved. It just moved on me. The reason I love it is because look left. Look at the room it's got. 380 is the next high looking left. Just went too quickly for me to get an entry. Yeah, SPY is it's red. Yosh, guys, man, this is another 10-day daily breakout, but I missed my entry was down here and I just couldn't get it. It's just as I was talking about it, it popped on me. I don't see any news on this one. It's not an earnings play, so I have no idea what the news is. Even Chico's is moving, guys. CHS earnings play moving, not in this one. 605 is an 633 is the next high looking left. I'm not in this one. TWI guys, big area right now. 1155, I think I said 1155. 1157. It takes that out. And then the next low is 1081, I think. 1085 or so. Man, oh man, NFE. I read that wrong, completely wrong. I thought the next low was 3480 something, and I was completely wrong. I was trying to eyeball that weekly chart. I read that wrong. So again, look at the TWI. There's the alert, 1158. What did it get down to? 1156. So see that's this, that could be the stalling area. But NFE 35 down to 34, 33 something. Got down to 3389. Ugh, now that so that was a quick one. I could not get it, the YOSH, but look what happened. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Ooh, I'm going to take a Hanfer. That's not familiar with that name. In our YouTube room, Fernandez, I am, but Hanfer. So guys, for the SINT, I would put, anything could happen with that flow, 297 in the flows, 297,000 shares. I mean, crazy low. I will put an alert. I thought I had already. The high looking left on that daily chart is 323. So I'm going to stick an alert a little bit above that, 335. Because if it takes that out, maybe today or tomorrow, then start looking left. The next high is 613. Well, we're getting some wild action on the SPY, guys. Look at those topping tails and bottoming tails on that 15-minute chart. So see how that 1157 or whatever held that TWI? And now it's a bounce play. ThoughtWorks, TWKS, another earnings play, guys. I mean, these are all these companies that release, and it's an all-time low. Okay, all-time low, TWKS. I am super interested if it gets, to that, close to that 7 mark. For two reasons. I want to see if it takes out 7, or does 7 hold and it bounces off it. This is an all-time low for TWKS. Skin, yeah, somebody was mentioning Skin earlier. Wow, what a pop here. Another earnings play. Skin is an earnings play, SKIN. Next high looking left is 1343, so I guess it's got room. Warby, somebody was mentioning Warby earlier, probably an earnings play, right? WRBY, glasswares, almost an all-time low, almost. WRBY, another earnings play. Green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Okay, guys, TWKS, will it take out 7 if it, yeah, if this gets to like 691, I'm probably in this short. Do I have shorts? Yes. Now, the issue is it's down 21%. Well, I got nailed on that uptick rule. So sticking an alert around 691 for TWKS. I want to see it get away from 7 in a big way. But challenge will be being able to get a short. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but the issue is it's down more than 10%. So the uptick rule could nail me. Trying to get the price I want. Again, the uptick rule meaning if the stock is down 10% or more, typically you want to short something. Assuming your broker has shorts, you just go in at the bid. You'll get usually an instant fill. But if it's down more than 10%, then some action trading has to happen at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid, which is in theory okay, except you may be in a big queue of people wanting to do the same thing. And so it can be a little frustrating. Give me a moment, guys. Ah, that was not Phil. And the spread just widened on me a little bit on the TWKS. So I'm going to have to pay good attention to this. 695 on the short, but it wasn't the fill. Like, well, I guess it's not a bad fill. 695 on the short for TWKS. If it pops over 7, I'm out. There's no on the bid. I'm out. Okay, let's see if it gets down into that. Remember, an all-time low now. All-time low for whatever these guys do. ThoughtWorks, Profile, Global Technology Consultancy. Mm. Okay, guys, I'm just watching this TWKS. I'm just hoping that that spread catches up. The ask catches up to the bid a bit. Ooh, okay, you just have to really watch this carefully, okay? I just on the TWKS. And again, the only reason I took this because it's an all-time low. Okay. Yes, I know I was sort of chasing it, but underneath the whole number is something I love, and plus it's an all-time low. I know this is sort of a well, not sort of, it's a chase, but it's an earnings play. And this is not recommended. I'm not recommending anybody do the same thing. I'm just kind of indicating why I took this. Ah, okay, I'm out. I may look at it later. So see if it takes out that 686 again. I may look at it later. Bowl, BOWL, BOWL. Not an earnings play. Okay, not an earnings play, but cute bolero. 1563, 1571. So trying to see if there's any specific reason for this one being up. Okay, guys, keep an eye on VTNR. This could be really good. VTNR, I have an alert set at the high there at 944. It is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Okay. And if it takes out 944, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here at 1464. Now, as always, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but a key level right now for VTNR. 944. Let's see if it takes it out in a big way. It briefly tried. If it does, there's really not that much resistance for a while. And that is VTNR. It's an earnings play. You can see how that 944 is just kind of holding it right now for the VTNR, just kind of holding it a bit. What's the float in this? 62 million, so it's not a big float. Not crazy low, but it's not huge. So yeah, 944. So I have to reset my alert, my price alert at 945 to see if it gets back up there. All right, guys, I'm just again just concentrating on this VTNR to see if it bursts right through that 945 area. Meanwhile, Warby, WRBY, just made another new low. Yeah, actually, not too many halts or zooms today. The only one is so far Lunar, LUNR. I'm trying to think of why I didn't short NCLH. Anyway, if you were short this one, just be aware now of that 200-day moving average. Yeah, the AHCO, another one, then 1688 on the alert. Right here in the 10-day daily breakdown. That was very quick on the open, 931. But healthcare, you just had to look, when you looked at the healthcare sector, the overall sector, when we do our pre-market work, just weak sector, the weakest sector, moving away from that 200-day moving average. BFLY guides, BFLY. Another earnings play, cheap one. Ooh, boy, look at this. If it can take out this, so it's at the 254. The next high looking left is 290. So, I mean, on a percentage basis, if it can get close to that, it's pretty extended right now. Oh, I appreciate that, Chad. This is somebody in our YouTube room. Again, keep an eye on the VTNR. It's probably the number one focus right now because of the room it's got on that weekly chart. If it pops through that high, it's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. It's eight times normal volume up to this time of day. It's not really dependent on the market at all. Now, listen, just because if it takes this out doesn't mean it's going to fire up here, of course, but at least it takes out that little area of resistance that is back in November of last year, that 944 mark. And this is an energy play. And as you recall, energy was the only strong sector in the pre-market. Let's take a look at XLE. What has it done since the market opened? So, like a lot of things, it is moved down, trying to come back a little bit. But again, this is an earnings play. So it's more or less trading on its own. The VTNR. Trading on its own, meaning, it's not following the market. This is a really erratic looking SPY chart on that 15-minute. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, this is really erratic. Right there it is, guys. Okay, so we're at that level. sitting right at that 944, 948 now. Love to see it get into the 50s. I'll probably take it. It gets into the 50s. Just, clearing that 944, 45 area. But again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. Of course, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just pointing out the opportunities that meets your trading plan, which you will hear a lot about between 12 and 1 when Michael Noss takes over for me in our YouTube room. He will hammer home that point that you've got to have some kind of a trading plan. Still hanging in that area, that 944, 945 area, just hanging in there. Wow, we haven't seen Summit for a while. SMMT, we haven't seen that one for a long time. It used to be crazy active. Haven't seen it in a long, long time. Yeah. All right, man. No, this is sort of a serious trading room, okay, Mr. Jake, whoever posted that silly image. Okay, you too, Mr. Keith. Come on, get over 950. Get over 950 for a VTNR. It's just what a bounce for that TWKS. And look at the level it bounced at. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of another one. I'm thinking that was an all-time low. So I'm thinking of TWI. I'm thinking of TWI. So many symbols. TWI. Look where it bounced. Probably look at these, these lows. Look low. Sorry. Look left. See where the next lows are if you're shorting. The next highs are when you're going long. Because even though it's only a penny, you think 1157. What did it get down to? 1156, and then it kind of bounced. Now, if it takes out this 1157 later, this could really have a move down, and that's for the TWI. Okay, guys, you know what? AMC is looking weak now. AMC is looking weak. Now, there is some support, maybe around here, 7.7-ish or so, but this is looking weaker now. It has earnings after hours. Oh, you scared me there, Jamie. I thought that the 200-day was, I knew it broken through the 200-day moving average, VTNR, but I thought the way you were talking about it was that it was holding it back. So, I mean, it's above the excuse me, it's above the VWAP and the 200-day moving average, both for VTNR. And again, I'm only concentrating on it because it has all this room when you look left on the weekly chart. If it can ever get going again. Okay, one more kick at it right now. 944, 945, big level. Another healthcare stock, guys. I think it is AMRC. Another one. I'm sorry, this is a building equipment contractor. Sorry about that. I thought it was a healthcare stock. AMRC may be coming into a support level, but another one, just another. It's not actually, it is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. It sometimes a pronunciation. It is an earnings play, and that is AMRC. I think this is just a choppy day on the SPY. No question, just very choppy day on the SPY. Haven't been able to really look at my the races. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to stop staring at the chart for VTNR. I have my price alert set, and I'll just move on. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, well, it doesn't. 953 is my price alert. See if it takes it out later on. Haywire, HAWY, or sorry, HAW. Look at it right. HAYW, Hayward. Another earnings play, guys. Another earnings play. Now, the issue with this one for me, the whole number, and then that 200-day moving average is fairly close. So that makes it something I don't want to short. Whoa, VTNR right back up. I do have a thumbnail. That's why I keep glancing over. All right, guys. Well, 1041. So I think what I'll do right now is I can share my scans, okay? Talk a little bit about what you'll find on my homepage. Okay, I just put in my homepage link. And this is what you will find. Just give me a moment. So this is what you'll find if you click on my homepage link. So first of all, if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see in terms of pricing. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000 and the annual standard is 1,000. You take the 15% off, of course. The differences are AI, and by the way, no more auto trading the AI. We are going to be deleting that option. Okay, no auto trading. Not that anybody should have, but no more auto trading the AI. Monthly, you can go monthly, of course, if you want. Standard is 118, premium is 228. Our standard package is very, very good. Okay, 118 less the 15%, 228 less the 15%. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. If at any point you do want to take an annual and you're in a monthly right now, we'll honor the 15%. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual subscription, okay, unless you absolutely know you want this product, okay? Because you have to look at the terms and conditions of refunds. And you don't ever have to take out an annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. If you do take out a subscription, the getting started, please do this first, the getting started. It'll talk about your first download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. If you are new to trading, now Michael Knott, who I just mentioned, he will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. And he put this together, this Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading, I heartily not hardly, heartily recommend you take a look at this if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video right here. Of course, that's free. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free also. How is UNG doing? Trigger was 790, I think. I'm sorry, 890. So it's really not doing too much. Education, big education section right here. So this is our user guide. Don't get hung up on how big it is. You don't have to learn everything. Here's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is. The A window, the T window, a top list window is, and the stock racing. Okay, at the very least. Afterwards, you see me putting price alerts on charts. I think that's really something you should understand how to do. It's very simple. Okay. Here's that getting started again. So as I mentioned, the daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me. And today's Tuesday, so it'll be Michael Noss. We have 5 different traders, 5 days of the week. So today is Tuesday, and that is Michael's day. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in to the other 2 rooms so you can head over and listen to Michael. There's the free trading room, more educational videos. And last, but here are my scans that I'm sharing, including, this 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns, giving us some awesome alerts all day long. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. I almost can guarantee that you will not miss anything that is moving if you use my pre-market actives up and down. We get a lot of emails coming in saying, how come I didn't see this stock? A lot of times you're trying to use an alert window, okay? And you've got some filter in there that might be blocking. But, my advice is use a top list window. Let's face it, all you're trying to do is find the ones that are moving. And I can almost guarantee you will not miss anything if you use my pre-market actives up or down. These are the 2 races that I'm sharing. Biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers. Okay, these are the 2 races I'm sharing. You can see I'm also sharing this halts resumes. This is a momentum scan. Okay, if you're looking for momentum style plays, right there. So I have a lot of, so here are the scans that I am sharing. So if you are going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then click on that, and then you can use my code. This is a free room. All the rooms are free. So it's you take out a subscription using my link, then the room gets credit. I get some credit. Also, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans at any time you want, plus the big education section. Okay. Yeah, Jeff. So there is a main room. Okay, I call it the main trading room. There are more traders in there, a lot more interaction. You're in the YouTube room. There's nothing wrong if you just want to hear me and see my screen and not interact with a lot of other traders, and you can stay there. But if you do want to interact with other traders or just watch to see what other traders are talking about, then here is the link for what I call the main room. And we do have a Discord room up. I mean, there's hardly anybody in there, but I do have it up. So you can also head over there, but they're all the same. I mean, they hear me and see my screen. Okay. Meanwhile, wow, that's really bad on my part, guys. I read that completely wrong. The NFE. I would have. Well, I'm not 100% would I've taken this, but certainly I thought there was a low close by, and it wasn't. I was trying to I was trying to eyeball it, and I eyeballed it incorrectly. Well, the AI is fine as a watch list. Okay, I mean you can trade around. The problem with the AI is that people wanted to auto trade it. The majority of people who wanted to auto trade it don't know anything about trading, and I understand that the concept would be okay. If you're going to tell me what to buy and when to sell it, that sounds like then I don't have to do any work to learn how to trade. It just doesn't work that way. So I have no problem with the AI as a watch list that you can trade around, but the auto trading aspect, the only auto trading that will allow now, if you want to auto trade your own strategy, then that's fine. But other than that, there will be no auto trading. Here's the PGN, the PGNY from the AI, not bad. 35.58 on the alert. What did it get up to? 37.45. It's an earnings play. The second so here's what now I like the ones, $20 and under typically. When I say like them, I'll pay attention to them. You see what it did? 37.38, and the high over here is 37.13. So, right around that high is where it stalled. I have a very interested cat staring out the window at the snow falling. Very cool. AMC, guys, is starting to really give it up. AMC. Now, I mentioned this one earlier. I think there was a little bit of support right around the area it's at. Look at these topping tails now on the daily chart. Okay, guys, let's see if this has the legs now. The VTNR. That was a big pop through. I was able to get some. Let's see if it can sustain it. Just hold that 50. I want to hear cymbal crashing. This is my sound alert here. Cymbal crashing. Just like that. Just like that. Big cymbal crash. And this is the grunt on the way down. I put a sound alert. That's one of the things you can do with trade ideas. You can put different sound alerts on your different windows. So you know exactly when you hear a sound alert, you know where to look. So this is a grunt, grunt, grunt. There's a oink. This is what I'm talking about, in case you guys are wondering. I lost his mind. Right click, configure. I'm sorry. Right click, properties, actions. This is how you can put a sound alert. Now you check that play sound, set up the sound. You can have one window text to speech if you want to. If you want to have, we have a female voice reading out, so you can have one window. I say one window because whole idea of putting sound alerts on your windows, if you have them all text to speech, you'll never know which window to look at. So one of them, and then after that, use custom sound. You can select, and we have 4 folders here. And I'm sorry, 4 folders here, and each folder has some sound alerts. You can try them out. There it is. There's the pig. That's what I use for my ones on the way down. Wow, haywire, hayward, haywire is just going crazy down now, guys. Whew. Boy, is this, I mean, what are these 2 windows here have just produced, guys, just absolutely produced. Don't get too many alerts. There's the AHCO continues down 1688, so there's a dollar move. There's the VTNR, 938. I didn't get it. Obviously, I didn't get it there. But look at this move now, guys. So, any questions? BGTX. Let's take a look. Take a look at some of these races. I haven't had a chance to. There's so many earnings plays, guys, that let me see what happens next week regarding earnings plays. So next week we have, 200 companies releasing earnings. This week we've got 400. Last week we had 600. So you see it's starting to dwindle. And just in case you're wondering, what do I mean by an earnings play? Any company that releases earnings after hours the day before, that's that mauve area right here, like TGTX, TGTX, or in the pre-market, obviously today in the pre-market. So that's when TGTX releasing earnings after hours the day before or in the pre-market. These stocks will typically be active all day long. Well, another earnings play, guys. How many? CDNA, another earnings play. All right, guys, I've taken some off the VTNR in case it just doesn't want to really rip. I want it to rip, but it may not. So I took some off in that when it started getting into that high 60s. And as it drifted down, I want to make sure I take some profit. I'm just looking to see if it can really take a 970 and really start attacking, at least get up to 10. Okay, guys, PGNY. So, wow, okay, guys, it is now through 37.13. So this has some room. It's an earnings play. I don't love this weekly chart, but if you look left, 38, it looks like 38.55 is the next high looking left for PGNY. It's about $1 away. Wow. I'm sure somebody must have mentioned, yeah, you just mentioned it, Dwayne. Amarin. Wow. AMRN is a huge pop here. Actually, it looks more than it is. I mean, it's $1.80 to 2. The next high looking left is 212. And then if it can break through that, to me, there's just a little too much resistance between now and 220. Potential resistance. Now, if it can take out 223, oops. By the way, see how easy it is to put a price alert. I'm just going to move my mouse up that dotted line. I can usually eyeball it where I want it, create the price alert. Now, if it's not exactly the price I want, I can obviously type it in. And I usually don't put any notes and save it. Done. So now And what I do is my price alerts window, which you load from here, new price alerts window, but I minimize it. So here's my price alerts. Oops. Here is my price alerts window. Where are you? Okay, here's my price alerts window. So I minimize it. When I get an alert, it'll pop up on my screen. I can put a sound alert on it. I sort it on the triggered time column. So the last one will be like the latest alert will be right at the top. Okay, and I put a sound alert on it because I've got wireless headset. So sometimes I wander away from my computer, but when I hear that alert, I come racing back. So you see how simple it is to do it. So I minimize it. Can't miss it. And I didn't even know this, but there's VTNR also in the AI. So a couple of nice ones you can watch, and you can always, trade around them. Some of you get stopped out, but you can trade around them. Okay, 11:05. Michael will be in our room, in the YouTube room, in about an hour, less than an hour. AUR guys, what are they doing? Aurora, not an earnings play. Nah, not enough room. All right, I just had the alert. Have to click on it to see, and then you look left on the daily chart. I just looked, and for me, not enough room for it to move until it hits the next high. Boy, this was an ugly one though. YOSH, that was such an ugly one. I mean, it could popped, screamed higher, and then right back down, and it's basically flat now. I know some of you were going to be shorting this HIMS. Well, it held the VWAP, 1132. It held the VWAP. All right, guys, just generally about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US and Canadian stock markets, okay? Mainly the US. And we do have some scanning capability within the Canadian markets, but 99% US markets. That's who uses trade ideas. And there is a difference between a scanner and a screener. There are a lot of screeners out there. And let me explain what that difference is. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar, and then I'm going to click on our momentum channel. So the scans that I'm sharing, same principle. Excuse me. You want to see what it's looking for. These are all scans that we've created. This is, excuse me, these are all theme-based channels. So this is a momentum channel. This is this is an alert window. We call it momentum. It's basically the same scan that I'm sharing on my homepage. I call it Momo. Okay. So if you right click and click on configure and then summary. This is the screening aspect. Lots of screeners out there. You're looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is what gives us the momentum. Volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay, so this is the screening aspect. If all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Or a real-time, makes a new high of the day. This is a real-time alert you're getting. That is the scanning aspect. Okay, there's a big difference. Again, a lot of screeners out there, but we have the ability to take those screen values and then give you a real-time alert. So again, I am sharing this one. Now, if you wanted to make your own scan, so there's DFLI. DFLI just showing up right here. And you can look at the volume came in. Look at the volume. Okay, that is what's giving it the pop. I wish that Jaime was here today because he was asking about, well, what's the point of having, showing us a stock that's making a new high after new high after new high? Well, you combine it with momentum, and the UVE was a great example yesterday of a stock that was kind of basing, and then all of a sudden some volume came in, and sure, you've got to act quickly, but look at the move this made, this DFLI. Is that an earnings play? No, I don't think it's an earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play. So with my scans and also any of the scans that we have created, you can have any scan here. But if you wanted to modify it first, in other words, if again, you right click configure and click on summary. I mean, you might like the idea of the scan, but maybe you want a different price range. So you click on that icon, and we'll make a change, 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. Click on OK. See how that summary now is 10 and 100. Okay, now it's 10. Now it's between 10 and 100. Now, just a word about this. If you leave this channel and then you come back, your changes are not saved. The reason they're not saved, let's take a look at our DNT. See, look at the volume. Look at that little volume burst right there. Okay. So the reason they're not saved is because the scans are for everybody. Okay. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean other people want that. But what you can do is you can make a change, and then you can save this to your cloud. Okay. You can save the scan to your cloud. And then you can bring back, you can go through the different channels, and then you can extract scans that you think you might like, and then you can bring them back one by one. And in that fashion, you can create your own layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. This time I'm going to right click, configure, but instead of going to summary, I'm going to click on search. All this is in the guide, guys. I'm not trying to, tell people, go over in detail how to use trade ideas, but this is all in the guide. I'm just trying to give an overview. So here are all the real-time alerts that we have. Right at the top, the new high and the new low for the day, but we have a lot of real-time alerts. Do not get hung up on how many we have. I'm going to scroll down. Here are all the filters that we have, the screening aspect. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. We have so many because when the company started 20 odd years ago, they thought most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their own scans. So we try to create enough filters, enough real-time alerts that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, talk a little bit about the races that you see here. All races start off from what we call a top list window. Okay, top list window. So if I right click and open the top list, of course, you can create your own races. I'm just sharing these two. Just want to show you the concept though. And again, if you go to our guide, there is a section called TI Stock Racing. We have some 4 videos there. We have all sorts of information about how you can create your own races and but really what they're all about. So before we had races, the use of a top list window would be, say you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day. Well, first of all, let's take a look. Again, right click, configure, summary. It's going to tell you what could be found in this top list window. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares have traded and up 2% from yesterday's close, stocks can appear in this window. So if I want to find out the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, as long as I have it as a column, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Text headers. So this is the change from the close yesterday. So if I double left click on it, you can see that BVS 68% from yesterday's close, MTC, etc. I want to find out the ones that have changed the most from today's open. You know that opening trade. What have they done since then? MTC 47%, BVS, etc. Okay, so that's great. Might be interesting to know, but how are you going to use it to trade? And that's where the races come in. I run 4 minute races. Somebody asked, why do I run 4 minute races? I don't know. I just chose 4 minutes. There are people that want 5 minute races, 3 minute races, 10 minute races. You can, run your race duration. Your race duration is up to you. I chose 4 minutes months ago, and I've just sort of stuck with it. So what does it mean, a 4 minute race? Well, I'm 2 minutes into this race. So what's happened is the stocks that move the most, that are moving the most since the start of the race, you'll see them at the top of the leaderboard. So for instance, it may not be, it may not be a stock that is necessarily at the top here. It could be some stock that's buried down here. UPST, which is 5.8% from the open. What if all of a sudden UPST was now 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%? You'd never see that. But with the race, you will. So it doesn't have to be, for something to be moving in a race doesn't have to be near the top of of this list. It could be something that's buried down here that all of a sudden, for whatever reason, catches fire. Okay. And what will happen is, again, the one that is leading will be at the top and second, third, etc. But as you can see, till the race is over, there could be jockeying for positions, especially in that top position. What happens is, if a stock wins a race, then automatically a top 10 list is created for you, a great watch list. These are made up of stocks that have won race after race after race. So you can see that BVS is in the top position. The little 8 beside it means today it has won 8 races. MTC looks like, we've got another 30 odd seconds. Looks like this could win a race. It has won 3 races. But look what happened. See, look what happened. MTC probably pulled back a little bit. So now this one is But had MTC kept winning the race, it has won 3 races, that 3 would have changed to 4. So this creates a watch list for you. Automatically just creates a watch list for you. You don't have to do anything. Now, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race in order to click on it. So there, CLRB won that last race. It won't make it here because that's the first race it won, and it won't get rid of the last one that won one race. If that makes sense. But at least you can see the last winner. The difference between this race and this race, excuse me, is here I put a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. So you're not typically going to see stocks moving that much percentage wise here. Doesn't mean these are not worth watching. But typically you can see some stocks that might move, 5, 10, 15% here. Rarely will you see that because of the market cap. But again, this is, it creates the top 10 list for you also. Let's take a look at X-ray. Let's see what it's doing now. And that's how you can use it. You can see, okay, X-ray, it obviously won a few races when it did this. It pulled back. Now it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. So if this is part of your trading plan, trading a stock that holds the VWAP and starts to move, then you can take a look at maybe taking this trade. Maybe you want to see it break another level, but this is why it's a great watch list. Something that hasn't won for a while, and maybe it's maybe it's only going to win one race. Doesn't mean you disregard it. Sometimes a stock can finish second 100 times in a row. You won't see it here, but it may have won one race and then 10 second place finishes. So you wouldn't see it necessarily on top of the leaderboard, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't click on the alert to see what's happening. So it's the same here and here. Just click on the alert. AI, click on the alert, see what's happening. Okay. There's that VWAP again. Looks like it's holding it. So it's starting to move. If this meets your trading plan, then you can take a look at taking the trade. Meanwhile, VTNR is making a nice little move still. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Guys, a couple of more minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, SD, always welcome questions. Okay, don't guys, don't be shy about asking questions, please. All right, another healthcare, yeah, ACHC, another one just getting kicked here, guys, down 10%. Other healthcare play. Look at this. I mean, crash right through that 200-day moving average. Okay, so the question is, I have a list of 50 big caps I follow. Can I put those in a scanner to determine which have the highest potential moving that day so I can trade my setups? So obviously, I mean, you might have 50 stocks, but some of them are not going to necessarily be that interesting. So I would always start off with maybe a relative volume filter, okay, maybe two or three, so that these are stocks that are at least having abnormal activity, number one. You could also create a race from those stocks. You could put, basically you have your top list window and attach a symbol list of those 50 stocks, and then you can run a race on them. But the first step really is to, out of the 50 stocks that you have, you want to make sure that something is happening with them abnormally. And that's why we have that great relative volume filter, meaning it's got to be trading. So for instance, that relative volume filter, it's relative to the time of day. So for instance, when I see relative volume filter or relative volume value of 15.83 right now for ACHC, that means it's trading almost 16 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. So I would absolutely make sure you incorporate a relative volume filter in there, because you don't want to see stocks of your 50 large cap stocks that you want to follow. No point in following something that's not doing anything, right? So you'd probably want to have a minimum volume also. I don't know, 100,000 shares, 200,000 shares. So if it's a large cap stock, typically that might not be the issue. The issue more will be, and I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room, is to use the relative volume filter at least, and you can experiment, put two, put three, so it's at least trading abnormally. That'll ensure that the stock, is moving somewhat. Okay, makes sense? But the thing is, do you know how to create a symbol list, a watch list, SD? In order to create that symbol list or watch list, do you know how to create a symbol list or a watch list so you can put those 50 names to follow? Do you know how to do that? That will be in the guide. Okay, so click on I think my home page. Oops, no. Just give me a moment. Okay, so that's what I'm just going to direct you to it. Go to my home page and then click here in the education section and then click on the user guide and then where it says symbol list or watch list, okay? How to create a watch list. So it'll show you how to create a watch list, how to put the symbols in, and then you attach it to either an alert window or a top list window, okay? And then you'll be able to just follow those symbols in the alert window or the top list window. It'll be up to you how you want to follow them, but I would really recommend, you could create an alert window and again, put a minimum volume probably that you might want. Use that relative volume filter. And then you might want to get alerted every time the stock makes a new high for the day, as an example. And you could run races though. So I was going to say, if you know how to create your race, then that's what I would do. I would run my races on those 50 stocks, because every race starts off from a top list window. So you could have your top list window, attach the symbol list to it, and then right click and launch it. Launch the real-time stock race with the values that you want, like the duration of the race and how do you want it to race based on what? The change. Like I just love the change from the open. So when the race starts, I want to know the ones that are moving the most. So you use the change from the open. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you can do. Watch the top three of those 50 if that's what you want to do. Sure. So you just have to make sure you have it as a header. Okay. When you create your top list window, just make sure you have it as a header, change from the open, and then you can run your race based on that. Because if I launch the race, see, it's based on. This is how you're going to start your race. You can have, the time that you want, but here it is based on, and it's a drop. That's a little down arrow. It's a drop down, which is going to show you all the things you can run your race on. These are all the filter headings in your top list that are here. Okay, so you have to make sure that the change from the open is one of your filter headings. Well, these are large caps, okay? I mean, fairly large cap, half a billion in market caps. So this is, this is something that, what is your definition of a large cap, by the way? You say a large cap stock. What is your definition? What is the minimum market cap for you? All right, guys, things have settled down a little bit here. Rover, though, Rover, ROVR. Another, look at this, another earnings play, obscure earnings play, but doing its thing today. $75 billion or above. Okay, well, all right, guys, 11:36. So I am just going to confirm that it'll be Michael in our YouTube room. Pretty sure it's going to be. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I'm just confirming it is Michael in our YouTube room. When I take my break, Meanwhile, I of Newt, NEWT is on the way down. Another earnings play, guys. Big. I saw this one actually in the pre-market. Big drop here. The problem is maybe, let's see, 1529. 1530 is the next low looking left. So it's got a little bit of room, but there are some lows in the pre-market that might stall it also. Or not. All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of interested in this one. See if it can get underneath 16 again, get back into the 1580s. That's NEWT. It is an earnings play. Tough little spread right now. By the way, see how that happened? See how my price alert window popped up on my screen? When it hit the price alert, I had input. Oh, you can never miss a price alert. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this. I want to see if this Newt really gives it up, NEWT, because it did get down to 15 in the pre-market. And just wanting to see if it really wants to give up 16. Okay, Aja, I see you. I hear you. I see you. I don't hear you, but I do see you. Be lonely in that Discord room. AMC continues just to kind of drift down, guys. VTNR, well, it's stalling. I hope it gets back into the 70s and gets closer to 10. All right, guys, I just confirmed, by the way, that I'll be Michael in our YouTube room at between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. Is PBR an earnings play? I saw it just tanking, or that's an earnings play tomorrow after hours. I just saw it tanking down here. Do I know of a VWAP scan on one of the channels off the top of my head, Jamie? No. My guess is that there isn't one, but I think Michael probably has a couple, maybe a couple in his Market Explorer, but no. But it's pretty, like, what are you looking for? It's pretty easy to create one. All right, guys, I am just going to keep looking at Newt for a bit, NEWT just for a bit to see if it did get down to 1575. The only reason I'm doing this is because it did hit 15 pre-market. It is an earnings play. Expected dividend cut, okay? Also, or unexpected dividend, or unexpected. Unexpected. Plus it was an earnings. Oh, it's an earnings play tomorrow, 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 tomorrow. So Michael will be in the room in about 12 minutes. He may have one. I know he looks at the VWAP a lot. Okay, so he may have one. Jay. I mean, I do have something that shows you stocks that are close to the VWAP, but that may not be exactly what you're looking for. Now, we do have the two alerts, though they do require volume confirmation. We do have two alerts crossing the VWAP up or down. Newt is getting a little interesting. If that 1580 disappears and gets down to the 1560s, what's the volume like for Newt NEWT? Good volume. 22 million in the float, so it's not a high float. Okay, CDIO, no, CDIO, Shady mentioned that one over 343. I guess he's in. And what's the VWAP? That was what I was looking at. Also, oh, way above it, 329. Okay, I mean, I have a top list I can give you that just shows you stocks that are right near the VWAP, either up or down a little bit. Like Perfect Circle is talking about minus, like minus one or on either side. Of course, you can, and then you can see, you can check to see whether or not they were strong stocks. Close to VWAP, I call it. So let's take a look what it looks like. So let's take a look at DBV. Now, this is what I've got, configure. 1%, yeah, 1%. In fact, I use 1%. No more than 1% above or 1% below. In fact, I know Michael's got something that shows stocks that are moving down to, I think. So yeah, you can definitely ask him. Okay. So if you're not going to be around, well, I think he does have something that shows stocks that are okay. I'm looking at this newt. I thought it was going to start to move down. I'll tell you what I'll do is if you're not going to be around, I'll ask him if he's got something and I'll get the cloud link, okay? And he'll put it in the room. He'll put it in the YouTube room and maybe I'll get him to identify it so that when you come back or I can save it and then I can give it to you if you come back, okay? Or if you can wait 7 minutes. It sounds like your appointment's probably at noon. I think he's got something, Jamie, okay? I don't want to disappoint you if he doesn't, but I think he does have something. All right, guys, getting no new alerts now for the last little while. So Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in to the rooms. So if you want to go over and listen to Michael, he'll be there in about 5 minutes, I think. LPSN, I saw this one earlier. Boy, is this still under $10? LPSN, yes. Should be in this one, should be in this one on that $10 break. It's not an earnings play. They don't all have to be earnings plays, but typically the ones we're seeing, just a lot of earnings plays. Now, this just showed up. DBV just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. DBV just showed up, but it is, oof, what an ugly weekly chart, ugly daily chart. This is this is ugly. That's all I can say. Forget it. I don't know what this is. Okay, an attempt to track the index of advice. Okay, yeah, so just forget about that. But it did show up in the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my announcement in. Michael should be in our room very shortly. So I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. With this MTC. So this got up to $1.67 a few months ago. Ugly looking daily 15-minute chart though. Topping tails, bottoming tails, no set direction. All right, guys, I'm out of the VTNR. Shoot, I was hoping it would get closer to 10, but so at this point, I'm in nothing. I have no idea what you're talking about, Keyshawn. He said trade ideas, plans on having hidden orders. No idea what you're talking about. Okay, guys, Michael should be here any moment now. Here meaning YouTube. No, you cannot send links in YouTube. So, oh, hidden orders and all that. Yeah, okay. Now I understand what you're talking about. Mr. Michael Noss just popped right in. Just give me a moment, Michael. I'm going to mute the two rooms.
Hello, sir.
Hello, hello, hello. Here we go. So I don't know if Jamie is still around, but Jamie was looking for, I think you have something that shows stocks that are moving down towards the VWAP. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a
Okay,
I'll just
maybe
post it in the
if you could put that link in and maybe name it. I don't think he's in the room. He had to leave about 5 minutes ago, but I said I would ask you for it, and then if you can name it so I can find it later on, and then I can give it to him, that'd be great.
sure. And
And
again,
he
if
still may be
anyone
there, but I don't think he is.
up or down into VWAP. There we go. So I'll just give him the whole doc just because this is kind of, and this is a lot of people I think are asking for it because when I was on Trader TV there, when I was in their office last week, I chatted about this layout a bit and I gave it to one of the guys there, and he's been using it and really loving it. He's one of the newer traders that was just learning. So,
Okay.
Just to give him a full, like, he was super grateful. Give him a full, like, sit down, say, here's the trading plan around it, right? You buy when it does this, you sell when it does this, kind of thing is helping him out. So yeah,
Just give
so
me a
it's
moment
just
here.
a lot of people are enjoying the fruits of my pain, which is trying to figure
Your
out.
face.
It's just trying to figure out a simple day trading system to do that's not going to like screw up where I actually make money, which is swing trading and all of that. So I need something that's going to be
Right.
pretty hands off and all of that.
All right, my friend. I think I'll let you go then. And
Okay.
now, are you good to go to one, or do you have a meeting you have to get to?
No, I am all good. Have as much time at the pub as you need, and you know, just
No,
don't
no
don't
pub
drive home.
today. It has been snowing since about 2 o'clock this morning, and it's just been snowing all day.
Has
And
it
that's
been
just
like a
it's
mega weird
crazy.
winter for you guys as well?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Has it been like for us, for people who don't know, we're on completely the opposite sides of Canada. It's been a really weird winter. It's like one day it's like spring weather and everything's perfect, and then you get like cracked by snow, and then the next day
Hmm.
it's fine again. It's just been like super, super weird.
The weirdness is that it hasn't warmed up ever. I mean, normally we get the days, they're 10, well, okay, guys, centigrade, 10, 12 degrees. We just have, it's been a cold winter for Vancouver. That's the weirdness. And, the odd bit of snow showers. But anyway, Michael, I will leave you. I don't want to bore people talking about the weather in Canada right now. So I'll leave you
Yes,
right
for
now.
sure.
Okay. And I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, have a good one.
Okay.
All right, everyone, time for the normal speech. If you're new here, you're wondering what's going on. We give Barry some much needed time off around noon. We sit around and have some time to answer questions about trade ideas or trading or whatever you may be wondering. It's something really cool that Trade Ideas does where, we understand the product is complicated, trading's a bit complicated. So we just want to make sure that we have this time for people who are stuck or, they have some questions or something to answer. So we always appreciate the questions because, I've got nothing prepared because again, we want to make sure there's questions. Plus we're trying to figure out how to um we're trying to just figure out how to help our users to the best of our abilities, and we find this Q&A works best. Now, so if you don't ask questions, I'm just going to devolve into ranting about the market, which I don't know, some people may like and some people don't. So um we shall see. uh so I see some questions already. One was this hidden orders. Yeah, so I know what you're talking about. So at some point we're planning on, I wouldn't, you know, this isn't going to happen soon, but we are building our structure around. So basically, we would hold the order server side. So right now with Brokerage Plus, anything, the moment you do anything in Brokerage Plus, that order gets sent immediately to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade or wherever your broker is. Or currently Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Uh, and they hold the order and all of that. Now, there are some people who think that market makers see these orders and prey on them. Um, I don't believe that, and know for some case that that's just not true. But there's some people who feel better if the orders were not out there on the market. Um, so in that case, we're going to build up a product for those people where we essentially host the orders. Now, the reason this is going to take a long time is that it's not something that we take lightly, right? We want to make sure that uh, if we are, because right now we are sending the orders to Interactive Brokers. So if an order doesn't get filled or um, something like that happens, then we're gonna have there may be an issue, right, where it's not our problem. Right? So it's the Interactive Brokers. You send your order to it and it doesn't get filled or it doesn't get executed on time or something. um Sorry, but it is what it is, right? It's not anything that we can do. It's kind of, it's their order, right? When we host them ourselves, we're going to make sure that we need to make sure that we're able to execute those orders, reliably, right? Stuff always happens because that's the nature of it. Um, things will occur. Uh, Tech issues happen. They happen with brokers. They happen with everyone. It's just kind of, um, it's going to happen. But we obviously want to make sure that we are mitigating that as much as possible. So, yes, we are. Long story short is yes, we are planning on doing it, but it's going to take a bit, right? Where we want to make sure that everything is like super hammered now. Um, I'm not one of those people. I've worked in hedge funds for very long periods of time and all of that. So, um, I know that they're not preying on your orders, but again, some people it makes them feel better. So it's something that we're going to look into, right? Uh, a hedge fund doesn't care about your couple hundred share or even a couple thousand share orders. Um, Now, what happens and what causes this phenomenon, in my opinion, where people think their orders are getting preyed on, is they just put their orders in obvious places that market makers and hedge funds will prey on, right? And that's just a super common thing that's kind of happened since the beginning of time and will continue to happen until the end of time. Is that so for example, ACLS right here, which I'm watching. I bought some of this over these highs right here. I was on a Spaces last night with Wolf Financial, and we do this kind of game every Monday where we talk about, we give some picks or something for the week, and then we record them, and the person who wins gets like 10 fake internet points. And one of the other gentlemen pointed this out, and I thought it was a great looking trade, so I set my order to get in. Now, you know, market makers or hedge funds or whatever, they're not going to stop hunt if, one retail trader for 2,000 shares has an order above its highs, right? They're not going to hunt that. But what happens and why people feel that their orders are getting stop hunted and everything is that a lot of people will put their orders at obvious places like swing highs and swing lows and this type of thing. So it's very common. You will see a run on what would be an obvious level for a long or a short player. Um, and again, it's not so much that you are getting preyed upon. It's that there's a lot of orders there, and they don't need to see those orders to understand that, right? Like, I don't know, AMC, really amazing short I had today on this thing. These shorting these meme stocks has got to be one of the most profitable things that you can do in the market. Um, you know, at 750, you don't need to be, and I can show all you guys, you don't need to see the orders to know that there's probably a lot of stop orders in this area, right? It was, an area back here, it was an area in through here, it was an area like it's a big area here. And same with, basic things like the low of day and the high of day and that kind of thing. So if you're a scalper, you might just say, okay, if this breaks 750, I'm just going to take a quick short on it. And, you can get quick 10, 15 cents on it. Um, but the point of it is if they are going to run stops, they're going to pick obvious areas where there's tons of orders, right? There's no benefit for your couple hundred shares or even a couple thousand shares or even tens of thousands of shares if you're a massive trader. Um, so it's just one of those things that if you think that they're hunting your orders all the time, I personally, and this is just my opinion, think you just need to refine your trading plan and where you put your stop orders because they're not moving. You know, it would take this thing's done 73 million shares today. For them to move the stock to where you would have a stop order would cost them hundreds of thousands or more dollars. Uh, but if everyone's putting their orders there, then we go, right? So I know everything shows up on the tape. No, not everything shows up on the tape anymore. Everything shows up on the tape eventually, but doesn't have to happen right away. Dark pools and things like that. But what about orders in the level two? No. So um, the level two, and this is from someone who, when I started my trading career, they wouldn't give you charts until you passed. I started trading in a prop firm, right? Basically, prop firms place you sit down, you're given firm money, and you're said, "Here, trade our money. If you lose too much of it, we'll kick you out, and we'll split. We'll split the profits." Right? The, they still exist. Trade the pool, for example, is one that we have a relationship with at Trade Ideas that does the same kind of thing with CFDs, but you just have to pay a little bit of an entry fee. But basically, back in the day when I used to trade those, they wouldn't give you a chart. You did everything on the level two because back then there was laws that everything had to exist in the level two. So you could actually trade off of the level two if you saw big bids and big offers. Now, I would say anybody with any size who actually shows their order on the level two is a really unsophisticated trader. And I'm even talking retail. With interactive brokers, you can put out iceberg orders and things like that. So there is zero highly sophisticated traders out there that are showing any of their hand on a level two anymore. Like period. They're done. It's all done algorithmically. It's all done, with uh, it's all done. It's all done algorithmically. It's all done with refreshing orders. I'm just trying to figure out a way to describe it. Refreshing orders basically, if I have a million shares to sell, I'm not going to be dumb enough just to put a million shares up there in the level two, right? That would just be like if you did that in a hedge fund, you're fired instantly, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little algo that is just going to put up maybe a couple hundred shares. And then when those couple hundred shares get taken down, it will let the stock do what it's going to do for a minute or so, and it'll put up another couple hundred shares. And they make these as random as possible. And it may just be in an area, right? So I don't know. I have AMC's chart up here. So I may say, okay, AMC is an awful stock. Every time this thing bounces, it crashes from a lower high. and I want to sell some, and maybe my sell price is anywhere between 750 and $8, right? So what will happen is at random, and with computers, it's very easy to do random. It will put up a random amount of shares and at a random time, as long as it's between that price. And I'll cap the amount of shares so I'll never spook the market. And that's because, again, people like me back in the day, we used to spend our whole day staring at the level two, staring at the tape, and looking for patterns. And the pattern might be every time it gets to this price, somebody puts up a 10,000 share offer on Goldman Sachs. And, this would happen over and over and over again, maybe through days. And then we go, okay, we know there's a big guy who's selling right here. And we keep, we would just sell before him. If he's going to sell at 750, I'm going to sell at 749. Right. So it pays dramatically to have these hidden orders, refreshing orders, iceberg orders, dark pools, all of these things, because it's capitalism, right? As a trader, I am going to try to prey on the hedge fund if the hedge fund's not going to prey on me, and then vice versa, right? And that's essentially what, in the long run, what technical analysis is. It's just looking at um, what has happened in the past and trying to get some information of where there may be large buyers and sellers, which is why I am such a relative strength proponent, because it's the easiest way for us to see now. It's the new age version of tape reading. Um, you know, when the market is selling, what are they not selling, right? So, a simple way to look at this is if I just duplicate this chart and I just put this here, and then let's turn off symbol linking, and let's just put up the SPY so you can see these two side by side. SPY. Right. So as the market here is rallying over the last 20 minutes ish, AMC has been tanking. So it's just showing me that even when people are interested in buying stocks, they're not interested in buying AMC. So this is just a simple way to it's relative weakness. So I'm not going to be interested in buying an AMC. I'm going to be interested in selling an AMC. And you could do the opposite. You could say, well, here in HIMS, right, we've had this massive run up today. So HIMS may be something that I'm a little bit more interested in buying because of its relative outperformance. So this is kind of the new age version of tape reading, but that's just a long-winded rant to basically say, no, you cannot trust anything that occurs on the level two or the time and sales anymore. Because again, a it's not even a question if people are hiding it, right? It would be a question of why would anybody ever show it is right? Why would they? On Saturday, you did a program talk about relative strength rotation. That's with Peter. That's with this TI strength scan, which I know you know how to get to. I've shown a bunch of times. That's what I was talking about. Is basically you go through this, you observe the sectors that are in it, and you make your relative strength comparison just by this. It's all the same scan. Uh, I want to filter out stocks that have good movement but not parabolic. Yeah, you have to really define that mathematically before I can help you there. Like, what is good movement to you and not parabolic? The place that I would suggest looking is just take whatever scan you're looking to configure, go into search, and just type in change in, and write what does that mean to you? Does that mean, for example, just add in this 2-minute filter? If you're talking 2 minutes, maybe you want it up 1% in 2 minutes, but you don't want it up 10% in 2 minutes. But you really have to nail down and quantify these numbers before you can kind of do anything with that. So that's how I would do it, is just how much is too much of a move and set that as your max, but then you want some movement, so you'll have to set that as your min, right? Um, How can we find iceberg orders in trade ideas? You can't, right? Um, you can't find these orders. That's the whole point. Is that uh, as soon as there would be a way to discover these orders, they're going to, right? It's a game of cat and mouse, right? Think of it as like someone's trying to hack into a website, and then there's somebody trying to prevent a hacker into a website, right? As soon as an exploit is being found, the website person is going to plug that export, right? And that's just that's the way it's going to work, right? And that's the way it's going to work forever. It's why I highly suggest, as again, as someone who paid for my entire university and started my trading career playing these level 2 type games, um, don't do it and don't bother. Um, right? Don't worry about it. Right? It just focus on the chart, focus on price action, things that are in front of you. Uh, Everything else becomes just kind of a game. Oh, you meant how to create them? You have to do that in interactive brokers. So just contact interactive brokers or E-Trade and just ask them how to do that. Can't do that currently in Brokerage Plus. And again, unless you're trading big or you're trading incredibly liquid names, I wouldn't worry about it. Again, there is that paranoia that the hedge funds are watching me and they're out to get me, but they just couldn't. And again, this is someone I spent 10 years working with different hedge funds. They could not care less about retail. They just don't care. They're not screwing you for pennies here or there, right? They don't care. They have no. You're not even on their radar. It's this war. Everyone. Oh, it's a war between retail and hedge funds, and no, it's not. It's That's like saying, okay, Mike Tyson and um, God, George Foreman, geez, are fighting in a ring. And then there's like an ant on the side of the ring, and the ant's going, yeah, man, those two guys are really worried about me over here. It's like they don't care, right? Hedge funds are not, um, they're not, they compete with each other, right? They're not friends. Every hedge fund in the world out there is trying to beat every other hedge fund in the world out there because if I'm a hedge fund and I made 20% this year and the hedge fund across the street made 27% this year, well, it's like, okay, well, I have a chance that my investors are going to go over to the next guy and I make 2% of all assets under management and I make 20% of my performance. So the more funds I have under management, the richer I am. So I'm not competing with retail. I'm competing with the other hedge fund, right? So, I just implore people to they don't care about you, so stop caring about them, right? Focus on what's my setup. What does the chart look like? Right? What news catalyst do I play? All of this stuff. If you don't have a written and tested trading plan, you're not trading, you're not recording every trade, you're not making notes on every trade, you're not going through your trading history on the weekend and seeing what you could have done better and what worked and what didn't and where to refine things. But you're focused on, hiding your orders or, the big hedge funds are out to get me. You're just focused on the wrong thing. You're just no massive trader out there is worried about kind of what other people are doing to hunt his orders, right? They're all worried about what can I do better in my own trading, right? How can I have a heartless window for me to quickly pick up stocks? Yeah, it's easiest way. So you can add any scan you have to your heart list. Anyone you want, you can put in there. But probably the easiest way to do it is to simply open up a new and then channel bar. And we actually have you might have to hit this show more button on the channel, but we actually have a stocks I like channel right here. So this whole channel, I have to clean up my liked list. It's full of stuff that I no longer like, but this whole channel is devoted to your anything that you've hearted. So your liked list. So here's a top list that's just showing you what they look like. We actually have a race that's going to show you which of those are moving at the time, and then we have this alert window that's showing you stuff that's moving up right now. So this is kind of a good way to get started. And then, if you ever want one of these scans, but not the other, you can just right click and duplicate it into a free floating window, or you can duplicate it into anything you want. But right, this is a great channel to have. Again, I got to get better at using this. This is a great feature that we have in Trade Ideas. I don't think a lot of people use, but you see how this symbol right here, we can like and unlike. It basically stores that symbol on the back end. And you can always access it by right clicking any scan and going into configure. And if you go into symbol lists, you can actually just add, and then this is sorted by alphabetical orders. So you can add my liked list to it. But you can see that this is already, where was the tick mark? My liked personal, right? So basically everything in this doc is only looking at this list. So as you go through, and again, this is something I have to just do more of. As you go through your nightly scanning, or even intraday, if you see something moving intraday, if you just right click this top corner to add it to your liked list, then it's like, okay, this is now going to enter in the back end, and it's just going to be recorded, and then you can point whatever scan or whatever you want to. But this is a great place to get started. And if you want to, you can just modify, like if you don't like these charts, you can modify the charts. And then if you want to save it as your own, you just right click right on the title bar here, and you can just hit save and share to cloud. And then you can save this whole doc, and it's just looking at my liked list. I know a lot of traders that use Trade Ideas, and they either scan in the morning or the night before or whatever it is, and they build up the my liked list, and then they completely leave. They don't even look at anything else. They're just saying, I'm going to build my list, and then I'm just going to watch my list as a way to really hone in on the stocks that are interesting to them. And to be honest, I think that's probably a really good idea. A lot of people get too lost in too many scans, and you see that I have a lot of scans up here, but I'm actually trying to stress test the system a little bit. Until then, I have kind of way more. How do I enable pre and post market trading in Brokerage Plus? If you're talking auto trading, you can't, and that's for a very specific reason: the lack of liquidity in pre and post market. If you're looking to just put in orders, then you should be able to do that. Just make sure when you're selecting your order type, you have right here where it says fill pre and post, you have that selected. If you're just putting in your own order type, you need to make sure that's selected there. But for auto trading, you just can't right now, because again, a lot of people would get in a lot of trouble, kind of thing, right? Question: what tool do you recommend for shorting small caps? You need way more, right? That there's a million ways you could potentially short small caps. Right? It's too vague of a question to answer. Sorry. It's like saying, oh, what's the best scan for looking to buy stocks? Like, I don't. It's intraday, daily. Do you want to buy them on the way up? Do you want to buy them on the way down? Do you want excessive volume? Do you want less volume? It's just like, focus on what your setup is, and then you can maybe email in some charts that you have for a setup, and we can go from there. But you need to know, this is where I'm going to enter and why, this is where I'm going to exit and why, and that kind of thing before you can build. And then it just goes to, a scan is just a tool. A scan is not a way to make money, right? It's a way to find whatever you have as your trading plan, right? So you have to do that first. But yeah, there's a million ways to short small caps. And I just have no idea where to even start. It's something that I don't do anyway, right? Rip, I enjoy scalping, and Any recommendations? Would your relative strength? No, well, the relative strength scanner is just basically based on daily charts, right? And the idea behind relative strength is that when they're selling off the market, what are they not selling off? And that's always what I'm looking for as someone who primary swing trades. So, like um, SWTX, for example, all right, the SPY has been down and it was down a bit yesterday too. And this is actually, it's probably easier. If you look at this chart on the bottom, this chart is the pink line's the S&P 500. Get it here. And the I don't know, darker line is the overall market. And you can see as the market is pushing up, right, the SPY is pushing down. So this is basically just showing me that this is showing relative strength over the last few days. So when they've been selling off the market, they have not been selling off this SWTX. Uh, and that's what people mean when they mean relative strength. Um, so this is for a swing trading point of view. Now, again, scalping, I'm not saying you can't scalp. I'm saying that nothing you'll see on the level 2 is real, right? And it won't ever be unless there's some like massive sweeping regulatory changes, right? They have to come in and say, okay, we're banning dark pools and we're banning refreshing orders, and you have, but it's even before that there was games, right? Even when before refreshing orders and level 2, it's just the games were played by humans, right? And us as humans on the day trading floor who would scalp against them, it was just human v human game. And now it's robot v robot games, right? So the question is, when you're trading, do you really want to sit down and compete against Goldman Sachs? Right? Me, I don't. Right? I don't want to compete against guys who have unlimited funds and they're hiring PhDs and neural networks to read Flash Boys if you haven't. It's an amazing book, just kind of talking about how a lot of this works. I just not interested in that kind of really, really hyper scalping game. But if a stock is ripping, again, it's not to put to bed the conspiracy theorist guys. The hedge funds don't have control over the market. It's a open and free auction market. So if a stock is ripping on high relative volume, it's there's nothing they can do about it. It's ripping on high relative volume. So if you're interested in scalping, I would say, right, short-term charts, look for stuff that's in play. So some sort of news catalyst or something like that, and look at stuff that's really pumping out high relative volume. And again, follow Barry. He does a lot of that kind of stuff where he's looking for those crazy low floats that are trading 15 times their float today, and they're just going nuts. Uh, if you're going to scalp, in my opinion, that's where you have to live, because the hedge funds are not there. They're not playing in that realm. Um, there's not enough liquidity to them, that kind of stuff. It's just not where they play. Uh, but even then, right, the most of the people who are trading that stuff, doing um, they're not trading via limit orders and putting out bids and offers and that kind of thing. They're punching in and out with market orders. So again, nothing you can see on the level 2. Do you know of recommend a trader teach their style? Well, you're in the right place, Tim. Barry teaches his style every single day. I have my own style. So Barry is a day trader, and I'm more of a swing trader. And you can just follow me on Twitter, and I have a YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and blah 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 blah. There's a lot of people looking to trade their style. Now, what's important is that if you're going to follow Barry or myself or anything like that, that you use those resources to learn, right? You don't say, I'm just going to follow someone's trading, right? Because that's the easiest way to get in a whole lot of trouble, right? Um, there's tons of people out there who will follow other traders, and it's like you're always going to get the fill later than them, right? And you're always going to get out later than them. So you're already behind the eight ball, even if, they have the best of intentions, just the way it works. And, you know, you're not going to have the conviction to stick with a trading plan unless it's a trading plan that you built, right? So for me, I've got a day trading style. I've got a couple day trading algos. I got a swing trading style. And I know even in times that it's not working, which every style has times in which it's not working. I have the confidence to stick with it because I built it. So I know eventually the probabilities are on my side. Whereas what I see with a lot of new traders is jumping from kind of place to place where it's like I'm looking for the next, big idea or something like that. Um, so be careful with that. So there's nothing wrong with basically learning from people. Just make sure that it's just that it's learning from someone as opposed to trying to copy a trading style. I've seen many a trader go the way of the dodo bird because of that. And then understand that I guess it's not rocket science. Right? You're either buying stocks that are going up, buying stocks that are going down, or you're shorting stocks that are going up or shorting stocks that are going down. So, is there any chance for a less experienced trader to work at prop firms? Um, yes, actually, most prop firms. So, depending on where you are, if you're in America, it's a bit complicated because you need some licensing. You need I think it's a Series 56 license, because America is just really stringent about those kind of rules. So that's kind of complicated. Anywhere else in the world, I always recommend you can look at Day Trade the World, but most prop firms like to hire people who are inexperienced. And the reason is because most of them have a style uh, in which they're trying to teach or they're trying to show you. Now, if you have, even if it's simulated performance, and that's one thing that's good about Tradity is we have access to the sim. Even if you have simulated performance and a style, then you just send it out to everyone. Um, but yeah, a lot of prop firms are big on teaching. Now, again, in America, you've got these hurdles to get over. But yeah, I would just Google prop firms in your area. And a lot of them, what you'll do is you'll enter on sim and uh, again, prove no one's going to give you money until you've proven you can trade. So some of them will kind of teach you a course, they'll put you on the simulator. If you do well in the simulator, then they put you on the real thing. And then if you do well in the real thing, then you just slowly start to increase your size. Like there's prop traders with, you know, 10-20 million dollars in intraday buying power. But they've been slowly growing to that kind of area, right? WC, I'd recommend great stock picks. I spent a lot of time with great stock picks. If you're still there, they should. Well, I know DSP and Wayne will know me. I was a moderator in the room for a long time. So yes, they are legitimate traders. They know what's up. Um, but like with anything, I highly recommend, like you're saying, yeah, Barry style is too fast for you. And that's nothing wrong with that. It's more important that you find a style that works for you than you try to fit uh, a style that doesn't. So, um, I would hang out in the room. There's a lot of other traders that trade different things and do different things, um, and try to gravitate to one of those. But again, work on building your own style. I just cannot, as someone who's mentored a lot of traders and talked to a lot of traders, there are successful traders who have built their own style with good risk management and stick to it. And then there are traders who lose money. And those are the only two types of traders that I personally have ever met. I've never met a trader who follows someone else's style or um uh yeah, who follows someone else's style or someone else's advice and hasn't taken the time to put in the work of building their own style and back testing it and then reviewing it and going through the insane amount of exhausting work, who's made money in my entire life. And it's probably because they don't exist, like, period. Um, so there's nothing wrong with looking at how someone trades and saying, okay, this is interesting. Maybe it's not for me, but here's some ideas I can take from it. But at the end of the day, it's either uh, you put in the work or so there's an old saying that the market's going to take its tuition from you, right? And it's either by you putting in countless hours of back testing and of trying to figure out what's working for you, or it's just going to take your money. So it's like either way, the market gets its the market gets its dues. When you're day trading, is there something you look for when entering and exit positions beside your guts? I do not trade off my gut at all, and I really don't recommend anyone else does. I am a systematic trader. Now there are now I mean there are traders that trade off their gut, but usually those traders have been doing it for an incredibly long period of time. So it's like their gut is their gut is telling them something that I don't know, it's like I'm trying to equate this as someone. I don't know, it's like any think of I always try to compare trading to some sort of sports endeavor, right? Um you're watching like a Kobe or something, like a master basketball player, and you're watching them, and it may feel and it may look to you that everything's just kind of happening off instinct. Um, but then you know that that person's had a plan for an incredibly long period of time of when to do what. Um, you know, all of those things, and it looks to you, right, that this is just something, "Oh, this guy's just, going from the hip," but it's just not that at all. It's, months, if not years of, systematic thinking, and then that just starts to happen incredibly quickly. So, every trade I make now is based off a series of trading plans that I've developed, whether it's day trading or swing trading or investing or anything. It's I have I know where my exit is. I know where my entry is. I know why I will take profits and when I will take profits and where I will take profits, and we'll go from there. Warren Buffett trades his guts. No, no, he doesn't. He does exhaustive study on everything that he buys before he buys it. When you say back test, bears recommend pullback trading. Again, you have to define what a pullback means to you, right? Do you want a pullback to a moving average? Do you want to pull back to a pre-market high or low? Do you want to pull back, right? And then when I say back test, there's the formal um, back test, right? Where you can just back test in the system. But I more mean, and this is probably better for people who are trying to learn, is paper trade, right? So write out a series of rules and say, this is when I'm going to enter and why. This is when I'm going to exit and why. And this is the stocks I'm going to look at and why, and then get to work, right? Which is you open up your brokerage plus and you connect it to your sim account. Do that here, and then you trade as if this was real life, and then you record all of those trades, take screenshots of every chart, why you entered and why you exited, and then you review that every night, and then you rinse and repeat. um, You rinse and repeat. You do that over and over and over again. One of the When I used to work at the prop firm, there was this guy who was actually a floor trader in, I believe, the Montreal pits, and then he was transitioning to electronic trading. This is how old I am, and he just had a notebook that he'd bring to work every day, and he would write a tea table at the top of it, and he would write shit that worked on one side and shit that didn't, and he would just, as the day went on, he would just write all of the things, right? I took a opening range break on blah blah blah, and that worked. Or I tried to buy the dip and blah blah blah, and that didn't work. And then he would sit down on the weekends and at the end of the month, and he would review this notebook, and he would, in another notebook, do another tea table and just summarized all the shit that worked that month and all the shit that didn't work that month, and then revise his trading plan based off of that, right? Knowing, and this is something that's important that all people know, you will be wrong in trading most of the time. Um, 50% of the time, you can assume that half of every trade you're going to make ever is going to be a loser. And that's super important to know because it basically just says, okay, if half of every trade I'm going to lose ever, or I'm going to make ever, is going to be a loser, then now I can focus on what really matters, which is risk reward. Um, I believe, and I actually did a YouTube video on my channel where I took a random trading strategy in Forex and I traded it with my own real account and ended up making money off it. And it was because it was trend following in nature and it had good risk reward. Just to show that, again, it's not the trading style really that will do it. It's that risk management part of it. That's pretty much everything. So, how can you put a trailing stop into brokerage plus? Well, when you're building a strategy, so we'll go to these strategies and you right click and edit. When you're putting in your stop, risk management, you just put in a trailing stop, right? So you can't put both a stop loss and a trailing stop. So you have to make this one none. And then you put in a trailing stop, and you can either do it percentage away or dollars away, or a filter. Filter's a little complicated, but right. So if you put percentage and you put a 1 here, then when you enter the trade, it will put a 1% trailing stop out. And that's all there is to it. Right now, the pullback works for me, but I feel like I'm missing out on the run beforehand. You'll always miss out on everything. So I just feel like I'm like an old man giving old man trader lessons, but maybe I've reached that stage in my life. I'm fine with that. Um, you are right now missing out on an awesome trade right at this moment, and you are going to miss out on 100 awesome trades today. And tomorrow, you're going to miss out on another 100 awesome trades, and that will happen every day for the rest of your life. And as soon as you kind of accept that, uh, the better off you'll be, right? Because not about that. It's not about the trades you didn't get. It's about the trades that you took and whether or not they met your plan and they had good risk management and all this kind of stuff. There is always a trade. I haven't moved from this chart in a while, and I'm trading. There is there is a scan out there that would be showing me something that's just putting in an amazing risk reward and everything play. If you feel that feeling of I need to get into every trade and I'm really, really upset when I miss something, then I think you're just kind of in the wrong headspace when it comes to trading, right? Because it's not about that. It's about consistency, and about generating consistency. And that's for your overall long-term account growth and your peace of mind and your ability to pay your bills and everything with trading. Consistency is all that matters. So if you're missing trades, great. You're gonna. It doesn't matter your trading style, you're going to miss them. If you're trading breakouts, you're going to miss the pullbacks. If you're trading pullbacks, you're going to miss the breakouts. If you're trading revision to the mean, you're going to miss the trending trades. If you're a trend trader, you're going to miss the revision to the mean trades, right? Um there's a misconception that traders are people who sit down, look at a stock, predict what that stock's going to do, and then act on that. Where what traders do is 90% of the work is developing the trading style, and then the rest of it's just waiting for that setup to occur. And in that waiting for that setup to occur, they miss a lot of things. And it's just the nature of it, right? Um, so there's just no way to, it's kind of like if you're working one job, you're not working another job, right? So someone wouldn't say, "Oh, I put in my hours as a programmer and I missed my job as a laborer," and vice versa, right? You only have so much mental bandwidth, capital, all these things. So just make sure they're focused on what really matters, kind of thing, right? Loving these nuggets, good. I often feel like I just come on stream and just rant at people for a while. So it seems to me like everyone is watching common indicators, which makes me want how to trade with not with the herd. No, you want to trade with the herd, right? Trading is about with being with the herd, right? Now, you'll notice I don't have any indicators on my screen because I'm not a fan of indicators, right? I want to follow price action, but that's just my style. Um, but yeah, don't be afraid of trading with the herd because you always have to think, what is going to make my stock go up? If I'm buying a stock, what makes my stock? What is the actual physical mechanic that will make my stock go up? And the only thing that will make my stock go up is if other people buy my stock, right? That's it. It's trading is not about being smarter than everyone else. Um, it's about understanding what wave people are going to get into, not trying to get in before them, getting in with them, and then getting out with them, and not being left holding the bag, right? So it's not about reinventing the wheel. It's just about hopping on that wheel, right? Another analogy I like to use is there's a fish that rides on a whale, and the deal between the fish and the whale is the fish eats basically shit that falls out of the whale's mouth, and it rides along with the whale, and in return it kind of cleans the whale, like a sucker fish or something. Someone will know the name of it, but that's what we are as traders, right? We're not trying to like sit there and figure out, oh, this is the stock that's amazingly undervalued and no one can see it but me, and I'm the greatest guy ever, like the Big Short movie or something like that. um what our job is to say, hey, what is everybody going to be buying today if you're a day trader, or this week if you're a swing trader, whatever, and how do I ride that wave with them and then get off before it reverses, like this AMC. um right, looks like the ride's ended, but if you had gotten in on this ride, even if you had missed the first couple days of the move, you still made a good profit. And that's, Jesse Livermore always used to talk about the meat in the middle, and that's our right. We don't want to catch the bottom, we don't want to catch the top because we never will. But it's that trend in the middle. If we can get that, that's great. So if everybody is looking at the same thing, that's fine. Again, you just need to know that there'll be a point where that gets a bit too heavy, right? If everybody is trying to buy meme stocks are going to crash eventually. If everyone's trying to sell meme stocks are going to go up eventually. Um, it's just, again, it's all about a surfing analogy. I think is a good one as well, right? Try to ride the wave, but not get wrecked by it.
Give
Um,
give me the middle two-thirds all the time, Michael.
yep, and that's
That's what I say.
yeah, and then well, and
And
then
now,
I think what the Jesse
sorry.
Livermore quote is the bottom 20% and the top 20% are the most expensive, right? It's that 60%, like you're talking about in the middle, that's where the money's made, right?
And I loved your basketball analogy because you're right. I mean, okay, Kobe's no longer with us, of course, but LeBron or any one of these fantastic Michael Jordan in his prime, it wasn't. I mean, sure, they've got some God-given natural athletic ability, but what we don't see is the fact that they spend hours upon hours taking free shows, dribbling left hand, right hand through the legs and all that stuff, making passes hours upon hours, so that by the time, yeah, they get to the pro level, it looks easy, but it required hours upon hour, hundreds, thousands of potentially hours of work to get to that level so that it makes it so that they make it look easy. Yes, they've got the God-given talent to I mean, you can't teach speed. You're either fast or you're not, things like that. But what do you do with that speed? And that's the practice. I mean, I played a lot of sports, and so that I love that analogy you made. The other thing what Keyshawn was talking about was missing. I mean, I say this every single time when I start. I say I don't trade the first 15 minutes 99.9% of the time, and I'm
Mhm.
100% prepared to look at a stock that just takes off without me and go, oh, well, there'll be another one. I'm not going to get bent out of shape like I used to. I mean, I'm sure like you
Oh,
see the
yes.
stock that opens at 9:30 and it just keeps going higher and higher and think, man, why am I not in it? The problem is that I used to do that. And 80% of the time, the stock, yeah, would start to move and then it would drop and then up and down, up, down, up, down. I was getting whipped out of trades so many times in the first 15 minutes. I said, forget it. Like, I mean, why are you doing this to yourself? Because, you take a couple of trades right off the bat, puts you in a horrible frame of mind for the rest of the day. You try to get into revenge trading because, man, I just lost, you know, I lost my limit in the first 2 minutes. Well, I'm not going to obey that limit loss, that I've sort of said. I don't want to lose more than $300-400, whatever that is. And so you
Mhm.
start to revenge trade, and that's the worst thing. So I would say I see the stocks like, in BVS. I mean, I know Keyshawn was talking about that. I saw it. I could have taken it. Didn't. It was too early for me. But the next time I see that sort of stock tomorrow, 9 times out of 10, it'll probably pop up and then right back down. Rarely do they just keep accelerating, right from the get-go. Catch the
Well,
right one,
and
sure,
that
it's wonderful.
that is confirmation bias, which is like the plague of traders, like mankind, but also the plague of traders. And you're right. What will happen is you'll look at the stock that worked and said, "Ah, crap, I should have been in that stock. Look how pretty that is." And then in your brain, you don't register the other 10 stocks that you looked at that day
Exactly.
that would have that would have messed you up, right? So it's a there's no way around it. It's just a common human bias where we're like, we only focus on that the thing that kind of upsets us the most, right? Is what
Yeah.
we'll end up focusing the time on. So you're right. There may have been 100 stocks today that set up that before this move, they looked exactly the same as the stock, and one of them did well and the other 99 did shit. But in our brain, we're going to look at the one that did well that we missed, not the 99 that would have cost us money. And that's why I think you have to trade systematically, which doesn't mean a lot of people think it means like black box or automated. It just means that you have to have some sort of system or process that you go through daily. Um,
Process. Yeah.
yeah, and focus on that because yeah, there will be so much other stuff that will get in that will end up screwing up your brain, right? And then um the analogy of sports, right? The more I think about it is absolutely perfect where it's you and if you look, and this is a lot of traders, they want to be traders or beginning traders, they look at maybe a guy on YouTube or someone like that who's like, okay, I come in, I trade the first hour and I make my money and I leave. um and it's like, yes, but that person then probably spent a couple hours before the market was open preparing. They probably spent a couple hours on the weekend going through their trades and refining what would have worked and what didn't. And then before that trader became profitable, they spent hundreds, if not thousands, of hours going through different setups and losing money and grinding and right. So it's like the art of trading at the end of the day is just hitting a button to say buy or sell. But it's thousands of hours
Oh
behind
yeah.
the scenes, and a lot of people, they either don't realize, or, and this would be unfortunate if it is the case, they just don't want to put in that time and that effort. And it's like, if it was just so easy as, I'm just gonna come in and look for a stock that has a positive news catalyst, and look for it to break a level and then buy it, and I'm gonna make a living. If you could do that, then the way the market works is that everybody would do that, and then eventually it wouldn't make money anymore, right? So it's like it's the market is a self-correction mechanism, which essentially just means that if something becomes ubiquitous, right? If it's like, okay, a MACD crossover makes money 80% of the time, then that system in and of itself will self-correct, because there'll be people who will prey on that system. There'll be people who front run that system. There'll be, right. So it's just anything that becomes obvious, again, ends up self-correcting in a way that it's no longer obvious, and it won't work that way. And it's um yeah, so I may have depressed some people, but it's
Yeah,
worked,
well, that's
right?
that's reality. Hey, and
Yeah.
how many times, Michael, do we get an email coming into us saying, "Hey, how come I missed this one?" And look at my scanner and say, "Well, you know what? We can make a scanner to find anything, any stock. It's really not that hard." But just like you said, the problem is that when we reduce your filter values to find that stock that you believe you missed, you might get 10 or 20 other stocks that don't do what that stock did, and it'll be like trying to find a needle in the haystack. Like, which one do you? And so there's always going to be a trade-off. I mean, I talk about my 10-day daily breakout, and I don't get too many alerts from it because I've got a relative volume of 8. So I'm not going to get too many alerts from that.
Yep.
And people say, well, yeah, but if you'd reduce it to 5 or 4, you would have seen that one earlier. You're right. I would have seen that one earlier, but I may have seen 20 others that I don't want to see. And how am I going to discern which one to take? So always a trade-off.
Well, yeah, and it's one of those things. It's hard because, yeah, eventually the eventually what happens is that if you loosen your scanner enough, you end up getting everything, and you might as well just be looking
Mhm.
at the entire market at that point.
Yeah,
So,
10,000 stocks coming at you.
right, you just so it's and this is why I always say it's like a scanner is not a trading setup, right? So first you have to have the trading setup, and then you have to go and then build into, after the trading setup, you have to say, okay, here's the scan for my setup, right? Um, and then you need to understand that once you have your setup and once you have your scanner for your setup, you're going to miss a whole bunch of stuff, right? There's going to be a lot of stuff that isn't your setup, or doesn't agree with your setup, or whatever. And you're going to look back later, or a buddy's going to tell you, or you're going to see it on Twitter or something, this stock that went up 1 billion% that day, right? The FDA approval or whatever. And it's up 10,000%. You're like, oh, Jesus, man, if only I could have.
Hmm.
And then the issue is that the people will then start kind of chasing the dragon, right? And if they don't have their own setup, they'll say, okay, well, now tomorrow I'm going to build a scan that would have found that, and then something else will happen that scanner didn't pick up, and I know I've seen people who just, they spend their life just chasing that dragon. They're just, okay, now I'm going to be a breakout, or I'm going to be a low float penny stock shorter, and then I'm going to then go over to this and that. And it ends up always reminding me of an old Bruce Lee quote of, it's like, I don't fear the guy who has practiced 10,000 kicks once. I fear the guy who's practiced one kick 10,000 times. And it's
Yeah.
like, you just have
Yeah.
to find something that works for you and just do it and record it over and over and over again. And eventually it will again, I think you could take any trading style that has some trend following aspect. So you're buying stuff that's going up and you're selling stuff that's going down, and good risk management. And in the long run, it'll end up making money. But it's this chase. It's the pursuit of perfect that I think screws up most people, because they're just constantly going for, the quote unquote the best thing, which doesn't exist, and then they end up leaving behind, like, 20 or 30 setups that would have made the money in the long run if they just went through the boring work that no one wants to do to kind of grind it out.
Exactly. All right, Michael, I guess I better take over, get in the other two rooms. So thank you for this as always.
All right, no problem at all.
I will
I will
get my stream going.
I will talk to you in the marketing meeting.
You will.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, give me one moment as I get into both of the trading rooms. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me get rid of my announcement. What a short that NFE was. Holy smokes. Anyone have a good scan for what stocks are running for the day? Well, anything you see here in the biggest gainers from the open, I mean, when you say running for the day, there is no guarantee that a stock that starts to run is going to keep running in the same direction you want all day. Okay, so it depends on what you mean by stocks that are running for the day. I mean, Traded is really good at finding stocks that are having abnormal activity for the day, so that there's plenty of volume and all that. But there's no scan that is just going to say, show me a stock that when I get in, it's going to keep going in the direction that I want it to. Do I use trailing stops? No, I don't, Keyshawn. Now, I have to say that NFE as a short, that was pretty good all day. I mean, there's only one little green candle here. And, this one showed up right here at $35 on the short to potentially short it. And look at it now, 32.64. So this is one of the things is, the stocks that are running all day long right now are typically earnings plays. Okay. So we're still in earnings season. Now, some are going to say, no, we're not. Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Face or Meta, etc. They've all released earnings. You're absolutely right. I don't care about those ones. I care about the NFEs that are having an earnings day, and look what happens. And probably it'll be 3 months until its next earnings release before you get a move like a 16% move. Okay, I'm not saying it can't happen, but we get all these second, third, fourth tier companies that release earnings that have these dramatic moves, which is what I love. And Keyshawn, I don't use trailing stops because I'm typically in no more than two trades at the same time. Okay. Very, very rare am I in more than two trades at the same time. So I like to manage my trades by I'm looking at a chart. I'm constantly looking to see where I might want to take some profit and things like that. If I were in 10 trades at the same time, yeah, I'd have to kind of have an automated way, I suppose, of with a trailing stop or something in order to manage the trades in more of an auto. I'm not talking about auto trading, but I'm not. I'm just in a couple of trades usually at the same time max. I mean, a good scan. I mean, the momentum up scan. These are stocks that are moving with momentum. But again, does it mean that when you get the alert that it's just going to keep moving higher and higher and higher, or lower and lower and lower, depending on which way you want? No. But these are the biggest thing is to find stocks that are having abnormal volume. Okay, because what you don't want is to get into something that isn't really trading abnormally, because it probably won't move that much. So look at NFE. I mean, it's 8 times normal volume. Well, you can find stocks that are up a certain percent, Charles, but and they are moving, but not necessarily are they going to keep moving higher or move lower. I mean, any one of these ones in the race. I mean, look at YOSH, great example, in my opinion. What if you'd seen this right here? Okay, moving higher, yeah, 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 and all of a sudden the rug gets pulled, boom. Not necessarily. So when you were if you were watching this one, you would have thought, my goodness, this is just unbelievable. Okay, it goes from what, $1.81 all the way up to 258, just like that, and then the rug gets pulled. Okay, these ones, the large cap gainers from the open, are probably a little more gentle. Okay, these are stocks that, a more gentle move. This could keep moving, for instance. Well, any scan that uses the relative. Okay, here's a scan for you. If you go to my homepage, are you a subscriber, Charles? First, because I can give you a couple, but for instance, here, look at these ones. This is a normal volume because I have a filter here of current volume is at least 8. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal, okay, up to the point of the day. So that's why I don't get very many alerts here. And I actually have more on the downside, even though the market is kind of mixed today. I have more on the downside than on the upside. But if you cycle through these, you're going to see some big, big moves. I'll just take a look at some of them. AHCO, the alert was at 931. The price was 1688. What did it get down to? 1563. Dish, I think Dish was the alert was at 930. These are times, of course, 934 Eastern time. 1116. Yeah, that didn't really, but look at NCLH. Remember, these are not strategies, these are ideas. So NCLH, the alert was at 1530. What did it get down to? 1444. These are all on the short side. This one, NFE, the alert was at 35. This is at 3254 now. So you know that these are going to be abnormal because of that volume filter that I've got. Now, I'm not saying you have to use 8 in every single one, but I love this because it doesn't give me too many alerts. And even here are the ones on the upside. If you don't want to short, AUPH, 915 was the alert. What did it get up to? Quickly, 966, and it pulled back. BVS, of course, was probably the star. 218 got up to 289. Things like that. So, do I think this is? I mean, I love these, but in the momentum scan that I've got, I think I only have 3. So you're going to get more alerts. Yeah, current volume is at least 3. But this is the key thing. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. And 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So typically when I get the alert, it means it's popped on volume also, not just making a new high for the day. So, I mean, you can have this scan. This is in my homepage. So on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, so you'll be brought here. And if you scroll down a little bit, here are the scans that I am sharing. There's that momentum scan I was talking about. And here are the daily breakout and the daily breakdowns. Okay, right there. You can take a look at those as an example. Yeah, so there you go, Charles. I just showed you how you can take a look at that. And any scan, either of mine or from our toolbar, you click on new. Oops, you click on new, click on new, and then dock channel bar. All of these are theme-based channels. So there's that momentum scan is in here actually. I'll click on the momentum channel. So if you load my scan or you take a look at any of the scans that are that we have pre-built, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. And then that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, the stock is between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3. There's that volume increase. And so if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now that's this alert. If you wanted to see stocks making new 5-minute highs, you could do that. But I happen to like stocks making new highs for the day. But that's just my style. So we'll take a look at RNXT as an example. This was the last alert. It came at 113. Let's see what it did after RNXT. And you can see on the 15-minute chart, look at the volume. Look at the volume burst right there on the 15-minute chart. But does this mean that RNXT is going to keep moving higher and higher and higher? No. What do you mean that link didn't have anything? When you click on the link, this is what you should see, and then you scroll down. Okay, scroll down until you see my scans. There they are. Okay, and just click on the link. It sounds like you know how to do this. You just click on the link. So if I click on the momentum link, Momo link right there, it's going to show up in a tab. You just highlight it, copy it, Control C. Now it's copied, and then file, load from cloud. File, load from cloud. This is what you have to do anyway, even if I gave you the link. So and there it is. You can see when I load it from cloud, you see the string is right there, and then you load it. Now you've got it. I think what you may not have done is scroll down a bit. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, yeah, you're brought to the top here. Just scroll down until you get to my scan section. Okay, I don't have a layout that's made up of all these scans. The idea that I do that why I do it like this is because people can pick and choose what scan they might like. So I don't have a layout that is made up of all those scans. Plus, I can change those scans. This is my homepage. I can change those scans. Okay, you just didn't scroll. Okay, good. I'm glad that was the reason. Okay, guys, I'm kind of interested in, it's probably a big float, but let me take a look at CENX. CENX, it's just kind of basing just over 12. I can't remember where I saw it, but why is it interesting? Well, certainly not an earnings play. February 23rd was earnings, so it's not an earnings play, but look at the weekly chart here. So there's the high there, 1187. There's a high there, 1188. When you look left, the next high in the weekly chart is at 1274. So, it's got some room. It has got some room. Now, this might be an earnings play. We have it on February 23rd. Well, we had it for February 23rd, but it looks, well, I don't know. Maybe they did release today. But to me, this is interesting because it's just hanging over the whole number. It's not wildly volatile, 77. That's not a big float, but it's not wildly volatile. And When you look left, it's got some room. 1285 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room to move until it hits that next high. I'm not saying it's ever going to get there. Yeah, it says February 23rd, but why is unless this is just and just unless they are repeating because this says at 704 today. Unless they're just repeating it for whatever reason. I mean, that could be it, but it looks like, when you read this, it looks like this is the earnings release today, but shoot, this is one that I was thinking about, but I didn't take it. This another one from the 10-day daily breakdown, a little bit late. The cheap one, 281, and now it's at 260, 21-cent move on a $280 stock. That's a great percentage move coming into the 200-day moving average now. Well, it's so far enough away. Boy, this is not an earnings play either. IPDN. I don't know what the reason for this one moving down is. Wow, it's had a terrible March 31st. It looks like March 31st is there. I didn't see this one yesterday at all. IPDN. Just trying to see. So yesterday was the 27th. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of news on this one. I don't see any news. Don't see any. I mean, there's got to be some reason why this got hammered yesterday. I'm looking to even see if there was a financing and then continuation, just getting pummeled down here. Looks even more dramatic on the weekly chart. I mean, look at this. In advance, this was just running, 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 running. It came from 115 all the way up to 781 in a couple of months. And then all in literally 2 days, wiping it all out and continuing to move down. Wow, I mean, I'm trying to remember why I didn't take it. I think I was on my break. I was talking to Michael. I sort of saw it, 1251. I was talking to Michael in our YouTube room. I mean, that is probably one of the better ones today. 281 down to 240. That's a great percentage move. And basically straight down. No no wild move up that would have taken you out of the short. I've seen four. This is a momentum play. Yeah, four with a so coming maybe into finally some resistance. Not, it's about $1 away though, and it's an earnings play. Another earnings play. Boy, earnings, 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 earnings. Nice little breakdown for AHCO. I don't know if you're still in this one, Shady, but AHCO, nice little breakout of some consolidation on the 15-minute chart. And when you look left, wow, the next low is 1128. Another healthcare. Healthcare is just is the worst sector, as we saw when we were doing our pre-market work, and we look at XLV. This is the worst performing sector right now with respect to the 200-day moving average, moving the furthest away. Okay, guys, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So what I want to do right now is get my video out of the way. In a moment. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:27, so it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay, 127, so say 137. Okay, on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so the RNXT that we saw on that momentum scanner, so yeah, it pulled right back down. All right, CARE DX, CDNA, another earnings play, and holding the VWAP, has not gone down below the VWAP. Yeah, a couple issues though. 1840, well, that's far enough away. The 200-day moving average is at $1 away, but look what it did. Got up to 1789. What's the high over here? 1804. So, that kind of blocked it. Yeah, remember this DFLI, so it got halted. Wow, I mean, look at this. So it did get halted at 582, and it did not. That's just, we've seen a couple. Yesterday, we saw a couple of the high flyers right up at the beginning of the day. They got halted. Typically, that first halt is usually pretty good in that when it comes out of the halt, usually it's above the halt price and can keep running for a bit. But this is another one that came out of the halt price and dropped immediately, DFLI. Of course, William won't stop, as he says. GoGo. Somebody mentioned GoGo. I think it's making another new high. GoGo, another earnings play. I don't know what these guys do now. I remember when GoGo and there was one other company. I can't remember what the name of it was. They were big in supplying Wi-Fi on airlines. I don't know if that's still their major part of their business. Distance to the 10 SMA says 44. It'll mean it's 44% above or below. So you take the current price and whatever the SMA is, and it'd be that'd be quite a big jump. But that's what I said. Yeah, internet, Wi-Fi, or whatever you want to call it, internet on the airplanes. Yeah, go. And there's one other one that always used to trade the same. I think maybe start with an E or has a T in it. But GoGo was kind of the leader. Target end up doing today, TGT. Yeah, I mean it's holding over the VWAP 170.44. It's holding over the VWAP. The next high looking left 173 is too close. Percentage basis. It's just too close. There you go, William. Thank you. What was the other company? There was one other company that there was GoGo, and GoGo was the big one, and then the other one was pretty big. There was a competitor. Used to always trade about the same. If one was up, the other one was up. One was down, the other was down. I don't know. I can't remember. American Eagle? I can't remember. Possible, but but I don't see it here, so maybe they're no longer trading. Doesn't matter. I was just out of curiosity. Yes, I can. I can explain this race thing. Look at AROC. Not an earnings play. Boy, this is just okay. So this is what the races are all about. So all races start from a top list. I'm going to show you the race that this is from. So these are the two races that I'm sharing. Of course, you can create your own race. And you'll notice here when I right click on this top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. So of course you can create your own top list window with your parameters. In this particular one, this is what I've got. The price is between $1 and $50. The volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if if those filters are met, then a stock can be in this list. Number one. Okay, that's number one. Number two, before we had races, this was the function of a top list. So if you had a column, you could sort on the column. So in other words, this C% is the change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click, I can see that BVS is up 52% from yesterday's close, and so on down the line. I like to look at the stocks at the change from the opening trade. So if I double left click, Sky H 45% from its opening trade. Okay, so great. Maybe it's good information. It's kind of fun to see, but how are you going to use this to trade? That's where the races come in. So, for instance, what if a stock was down here, Vizio, VZIO, at 9.3%? And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move 9.3%, 12%, 15, 20, 30% from the open. You wouldn't be able to see it. I mean, unless you're lucky enough to happen to see it moving, but you wouldn't be able to really see that. And that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. I've picked 4 minutes. That's just there's no magic about it. The race duration is customizable. You want 5-minute races, 2-minute races, 10-minute races, whatever you want. I just have chosen 4-minute races. So when the race starts and we're 2 minutes in, what you're seeing here is that SOPA, since the race started, has moved the most. Okay? It's not a huge amount, but it's 1.84%. It's moved the most. SINT, S-I-N-T, is second, etc. Of course, this doesn't have to remain because the race still has another 2 minutes. So you'll see, just like any other race, there would be jockeying for position until the race is over. So when the race is over, there is a winner declared. And this is the kind of the cool thing. It automatically then creates, by the way, I start my races at 9:30. You can start them in the pre-market if you want. I like to start my races when the market opens. And so it automatically creates a watch list for me, a top 10 watch list made up of the stocks that have won the most races. So you can see right up the top, number one position, MTC has won 13 races. And I can see why, because, remember, this is a 15-minute chart. So it probably, and all these bottoming tails. So what was happening is it was moving down, then up, then down and up, down and up. I mean, this is ugly. Don't get me wrong. This is an ugly looking chart, but that's that's what happens. So any stock, the one that wins the most races will be in the number one position, etc., all the way down to 10. So what I'd be doing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on the symbol. If you see something that's starting to move up the leaderboard, click on it and you sort of see, okay, what is it doing? Is this a pattern that I like? So, I mean, that's in essence what it is all about. Okay, I call it a good hybrid between a top list, which was designed to rank stocks, to show you stocks that are again up the most for the day or up the most from the open, or you use this daily the filter right there to show you stocks that are right at the high of the day, things like that. So any filter heading, you can sort on it. But so it's a hybrid between, okay, I want to see stocks that meet all these filter requirements, but show me the stocks that are moving the most. Okay, and that's what the race does. This race over here is similar. The only difference is I've added 2 filters. One is a market cap of a minimum of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. So consequently, you will not typically see big percentage moves here. You can see some big percentage moves here, especially at the beginning of the day. You can see stocks that are, 10, 20, 30% sometime. Here you will typically not see. Doesn't mean it's not good to look at them, because let's take a look at AFRM as an example. So you might look at this and look, it's at a high of the day. You might look at this and go, wow, all right. What if what if this stock was sitting more around 1479 and then you look left and you saw, man, the next high is 1516. If it could take that high out, look out. It could start to move. Okay. Right now, the other way you can maybe use this is say, okay, I don't want to take it right now, but maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP, or maybe you have a moving average that you like, you can add to the chart. Pulls back there, put a price alert on it, so you can use this to play pullbacks. If you don't want to, take a look at them right at the high of the day, but you're interested in it pulling back to a certain price, maybe just put a price alert. So that's the essence of the racing. And again, top 10 list automatically created for you. Take a look at skin as an example. Skin. Let's see what it's doing. All right, so it's holding the VWAP. That purple line right there is holding the VWAP. You might look at this and go, well, if it takes out 1278, maybe it'll start to move. I would be looking at this go and saying, oh, okay, 1342 is not too far. It's not bad. That's far enough away. But if I look left and I see that the next high looking left on a daily chart is pretty close to the current price, I probably wouldn't take the trade. But that's just my style of trading, of course. So you could look at this and go, well, what if it takes out 1276? Just take a price alert. Okay, put a price alert there. And maybe if it takes this out, maybe it's got a shot. There's the high of the day, 1315. Maybe it's got a shot to get close to that. And who knows, maybe beyond it. So I mean, that's where the trading experience comes in. I mean, we can generate the ideas, but now, and what's nice about this, it gives you, here it gives you 10 stocks to focus on all day long. Or using this one, 10 stocks to focus on all day long. So instead of, trying to figure out, well, I mean, I'm getting 1,000 alerts a day, I'm clicking like mad, and excuse me, and getting all these different alerts. What do I like? What can I concentrate on? So if you're new to trading, this is really good, I think, because it gets you to focus just on a few trades, on a few alerts. Now, all of that I explained is in the guide. All right. So if you Okay, well, I'm going to show you. If you go to my homepage, okay, click on that homepage link again, and just give me a moment. Okay, so remember, you have to scroll down. Let me get it a little bit bigger. Scroll down, okay, until you see the education section, which is beside my scans. So you click on the education section, scroll down a little bit, go to the user guide, click on the user guide, and now it says TI stock race. If you click on that, you're going to see that we have 4 videos that explain a lot of what I've already talked about. Okay. And then race startup, it's clickable. Race configuration, it's clickable. It'll run you through all the things that I just talked about, including how to start a race from your own top list window. Okay. I mean, the reason I want to draw your attention to this is because everything I just said, I don't expect anybody, not just yourself, I don't expect anybody to remember everything I said. That's why I've got the guide. Okay. Okay. So again, click on my homepage link again. So you see where my homepage, excuse me, where my homepage link is. Click on the homepage link. And again, this is what you'll see. Scroll down until you get to the education link. Education today. Click here. And then here's the user guide. Click on the user guide. And then if you scroll down a little bit, you see TI stock race. Okay. All that information is right here. Okay. So yeah, you can start your own race from your own top list that you create. Oh, no problem. That's why I'm here. I always say it. Don't be shy. Anybody who's listening to me from asking me questions. There are no dumb questions, guys. Seriously. This is a software program. I mean, there's a learning curve. I can, all I'm trying to do, obviously, I'm trying to trade and I'm also trying to point out possibilities, but I'm also trying to help people understand how they can use the program. And in about 5 minutes, I'll be in a marketing meeting. So, you know what? The only time I call a question dumb is only if I answer the same thing like 10 or 15 times in a row. Now, if listen, it's on me. It's on me to make sure if somebody asks me a question and they don't understand the way I'm phrasing it, my explanation, it's on me to come up with a way to make, to make sense to somebody. That's, that's the job. So I may try to come at it in a different way. Guaranteed win. Hello, Mike, in our YouTube room. Sure, take AMC and hold it till its earnings after hours, because everybody says it's got 10 million shorts that have been unaccounted for, or a billion. I'm kidding. In case anybody is listening to me thinking, "Oh man, that sounds okay." I'm just kidding. Another earnings play, Delic. Another energy play, DK. Take a look at Newt. This is one I wanted to short earlier, but it looks like it's trying to. Yeah, it's bending its way back a little bit here, but too late. All right, guys, I'll put my announcement on mute in a meeting. All right, guys, I'm back. Keep an eye on that AM, guys. I mean, there's room, obviously. Looking left, 745 is the next high looking left. It just got going again, maybe. Some volume came in. AM. Definitely keep an eye on this one to see if it has a bit of a thrust in it here. RVNC, I know I think it had a downgrade this morning. RVNC, I may be wrong. Okay, I see what you mean though. February 28th, post market. Oops. Yeah, still scheduled for after hours, but I know what you mean. But maybe, maybe it's not like a huge down. I'm looking at the daily chart, not like a massive sell off yet. Also, guys, keep an eye on TWX, TWKS, TWKS. This was an early one, I believe, this was an early one from the 10-day daily breakdown. This is an all-time low. I mean, it's an all-time low. It broke out down here. So, I mean, it's got no support. Obviously, it's terrible English. It has no support because it's an all-time low. So this could be a late day, just run her down. So I typically, at about 10 to 3, I typically put myself on mute. I'm going to be here. I can answer questions. So don't be shy. If you have any questions, please ask them. Ask them. And Rocky and Bullwinkle, did you see my answer to you? Can you share your favorite races, please? Well, my favorite races, I mean, these are the ones that I'm displaying. Yeah, I saw that LHDX. That actually was in my doc, movers up and down. Yeah, just not into the ones under $1, but I can see what you guys were looking at. See if it could take out $1. LHDX. This was showing up here on that movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. I glance at that periodically during the day if things get a little bit slow. I mentioned the CENX, guys. It is, just inching its way up, inching its way up. I mentioned it right around here at 1204, 1202, I think. AMAM, guys. AMAM. Is it ready to explode? UNG is rolling. Okay. I don't think did it hit the trigger again? Yes. 890, right? Yeah. Boy, I know William's happy. I don't know, did it get stopped out according to the stop that Steve put on it? Like it's a 20 SMA or a 10 SMA. Would it have got stopped out? Yeah, I can't remember what the email said, and it's usually the 10 or the 20 SMA. So you'd have to put that on a daily chart just to see if UNG got stopped out. It may not have. I mean, 890. What did it get down to today? 848. That would be pretty. That would be a pretty tight stop for a swing trade. So probably did not get stopped out. Jamie, did you get that scan from Michael? Were you did you stick around? Because if you scroll up to, if you haven't got that scan, Jamie, I asked Michael to put it in. If you scroll up to 12:01, that's Eastern time, 12:01 Eastern time, the scan is there, okay? Yeah, it's at 12:01 Eastern time. Hold 714. Okay, thank you. The user guide does not show how to make it from your own top list, really? I'm surprised at that, but okay. I mean, it's easy. Maybe they, because here, okay, let's say you made your own top list. Here, let's pretend this was your top list, Charles. Okay, here's how easy it is. Right click, launch the race. That's it. Okay, so if you made your top list, then here it is. And then now, this should all be covered. But then to make it your own, in other words, get the settings as you want, click that little square box, okay, until that is red, and then right click and show the race setup. Now here is where you can, sorry, here is where you can, create how long you want the race to run, how many race lanes, is it the change from the open? I would sort on delta value all the time because you want the ones that have changed the most. That's basically what it means. More than likely, you want auto rerun, because once a race is over, you want another one to start immediately. You can have it start at a certain time or, start whenever you load trade ideas. I start at 9:30. I mean, but it's up to you. If that's what it says, auto start at time. I like to start at 9:30. But again, all you have to do is once you create your own top list, then you just launch it from it. Try to remove the consecutive days. You mean you're talking about the column? Okay, well, instead of my taking a look at it specifically, do you know how to remove columns generally? Because I mean, if you right click, say this top list right there. Okay, so I configure and I click on column. So here are all the columns over here. And all you'd have to do, the consecutive days, is click on it and then move it over. My comment about VWAP doc above, I just wanted to identify it, Jamie. Okay, so that is Michael's. No, that's Michael's. Not working on your end. Okay, let's check it out. Okay, so pre-market actives up. Okay, so I'm going to get this into a free-floating window. Okay, so here it is. Now I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, consecutive days. Okay, there it is. There's your column. So right click, configure, columns, consecutive days, move it over. Okay, gone. Well, let me do another one. Now, shouldn't matter what column I pick. Configure, columns. I'll pick short float. I mean, it shouldn't matter. So what are you saying? That arrow is not black? I mean, if that's not working, I have no idea what to do because I mean, it's just, you know enough that obviously, is it just the consecutive days or is it any column that you're trying to get rid of? So is it any, is it just the consecutive days or is it any column you're trying to get rid of? I'm just left clicking, I'm just highlighting and then right click. I can see it's gone. It's over here now. Any column you cannot remove. Okay, why don't you send it to me just for fun? I don't know what your is it live? Shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Can you send it to me? So if you send it to me, I will take a look. Keep an eye on the AM guys. TWKS continues to make its way down. Okay, Todd, did you okay, so just take the link, take it. Now it's on its own, right? So just take it, right click, save or share to cloud, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save and share. Now it's say okay. Now it's copied. Now all you do is paste it in, Control V. Okay. And there it would be. And then TWKS guys. Wow, that were what can I say? A late day bloomer. A late day bloomer. Okay. Now, top list window. Okay, good. It's just the one window. Now let's see what I love this, I actually really enjoy this. Okay. So it looks the same as mine. Right click, configure, columns, consecutive days. I've highlighted, I left clicked, I highlighted it. Just okay, let me do it again. Consecutive days. I left clicked on it, so now it's highlighted. The right arrow is definitely clickable. Click, and there it is. Say okay. It's gone. Hmm. All right, guys. Thought I was having a problem with my brokerage platform. I was trying to get out of this partially out of the TWKS trade, and it wasn't letting me. Okay. So did you saw what I did? So I'm not sure what you were exactly doing. You said you can't do any column, so let me do another column. The position in the Bollinger Band. Right click, configure, columns. Just find the one I want. I'll pick any one. Volume today. Left click on it. It highlights, highlights, highlights. Right arrow it over. Once I do that, it's gone from this list. It's over here now. And now, okay. Are you forgetting to say okay, maybe? Once you say okay a couple of times, now it's gone. Maybe that's what you forgot. Is that possible that you forgot to say okay a couple of times? Ah, you're moving the wrong direction. Oh, okay. No sweat. Good. As long as we've got it, so you're good to go. That's good. That's okay. I always feel like Pepe is just leaning over my shoulder, peering over my shoulder. Is he going to say okay twice? Is he going to tell him that? Thank you, Pepe. My mediocre skills at technical support. Yeah, no, I've forgotten so much. All right, guys, wow, skinned. Here's another one, that definitely. I mean, look at this rejection of the whole number. Basically, the rejection of the whole number. So, Jason, are you talking about the link that Michael put in? I think it was a doc, in fact. Let me just see. I did not load it, so up or down into VWAP. Okay, I did not load his scan, so let me take a look at what it looks like. So this is a doc. It's got 9 windows. Let's hope that. Okay, so this is all I care about. Okay, so the rally to the VWAP, jeez, rally to the VWAP, pullback to the VWAP. Okay, so I'm going to just break those out, duplicate into a free floating window. And then break the other one out. Okay, so these are the two, get rid of that. Okay, so here they are. So yeah, so you can break them out. Okay, it was in a doc. Okay, I didn't realize he'd put it in a doc. I sort of remember that he was going to put it in a doc, but he had other things that you probably don't care about. So all you have to do is when you get the doc, do I have anything docked here? Yes. Okay, so here's my so you just if so you take the scan that you want out of the dock, okay, and just right click and duplicate into free floating window. Once you do that, it'll be free floating. So you can do it to both of them, and then there'll be free floating, and then you can do with them what you want. Okay, you now you have them. And of course, you can adjust them. I mean, what has he got here? So he's looking at 5-minute highs. So the volume is at least 1 million shares. I mean, you can obviously make any adjustments. So this is rally to the VWAP. So this is just below or at the VWAP. And I have no idea. I don't use this, so I have no idea how good. But you can see, well, okay, look at that. So rally to the VWAP. So it took out the VWAP. I can just see SGRY. And then rally down, FOCS, FOCS. That's not a good one. Sienna. Yeah, so it's coming into the VWAP. Well, remember now, on my chart, the purple line is the VWAP, but sometimes because it's using pre-market data, it may not be the exact 48.45. Yeah, so 48.45 is the VWAP, so you can see it's just above the VWAP. So, how you play it will be up to you. I mean, you get an alert, you get the alert like this on Sienna, you watch, does the VWAP hold it and bounce off it? Or does it become a nice short if it takes it out, as an example? I answered the question. Good. Okay. There was another question. How do you trade? Look at whole number breaks. Okay, so if you want to find stocks that are near the whole number, we actually have a number filter. I don't use it. I mean, because what happens is I'm getting ideas. First of all, I can always see, the price right there. I can see whether or not it's near a whole number or not. But I'm always going to click on the alert and I'll see if I can't for some reason see the price. But if you want to see stocks that are near the whole number, let me see. I think I still have this one. File, load from cloud. And let me see. Let me type in whole. Really? Whole, then it is. We don't call it even, what do we call it? Pepe? We don't call it a whole number. Um, yeah, I got so many duplicates now. All right, I will find it. We don't call it the whole number, do we? When it's at the near the dollar. We don't call it whole number, I don't think anyway. Decimal, decimal. How could I forget? I've been using it for so long. All right, let me, I'm pretty sure I have a scan based on that. Decimal, okay. Maybe I don't though. File, load from cloud. Yeah, I don't think I called it decimal. Okay, I must have deleted it. Okay, but that's the filter you can use, Keyshawn. So if you do this, do a search, type in decimal, add the filter. So if you want to see stocks near a whole number, okay? Boy, I haven't used this for so long. Sure, I'm right here. Yeah, okay. So for instance, if you wanted to see stocks that were within, say, a nickel of any whole number, okay? So I'm going to type in decimal again. Oops. Decimal again. Add the filter. So if I put 0.95 and I put 1.05, what happens when I click on summary? Oh, what did I do? I must have not, just give me a minute. Oh, I see what I did. I put 1/05. That'll do it. Okay, 1.05, 1.05. Now when I click on summary, see what it says? The stock has to be between 0.95 and 1.05. So in other words, it could be 1995, 2005. It could be 2195, 2205. Okay, so in other words, it'll be a nickel on either side of the whole number, if that's what you want to find. All right, so now, so you could, so, and then obviously use your other filters, minimum volume, maybe a price range that you want. So if you just want to see stocks though that are in that minimum, that the minimum volume is reached, and others, obviously maybe a relative volume, whatever your normal scan is, but you want to see stocks that are near the whole number, that's what you can do. I used to use it. I haven't used it for a long time. So again, 0.95 on the min, 1.05 on the max. And of course that would work. Actually, I mean, it's not just whole numbers. If you wanted to see stocks near 50 cents, you could go 0.45, 0.55, things like that too. I mean, it's not just whole numbers, but I think most people, if they use it, would use it for whole numbers. Whoa, guys. So you guys were watching this LHDX and thinking it was going to go over $1, and I think somebody said it looks like it's done. Not yet. Not yet. Wow, what a run. I'm wondering if this AM may have just a last, what time is it now? 3:14? Last 45 minutes, some kind of a run in it. The sellers have been trying to knock this down. Look at the bottoming tails here on the 15-minute chart. So the seller's been trying to knock this down, but the buyers have been closing it. And I think it's just a matter of, I think traders are looking at this, 739, looking left. That's a ton of room. That's over $1. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but, or 741 really, 739. I have this feeling that if it can get into the 630s, this could have a run in it. A late day run. Well, you don't need Zach to tell you. You've got them right here. He wouldn't tell you, well, do it here, do it here, do it here, do it here, look, you've got. That would have been a tough one, because you got the first alert at $34, and then another one at 35, then 36, then almost 38. So he's not gonna say, do it here, or he could have, his style, he may have done it here and kept adding. I don't know. So I'm not. Oh, I agree. It's more fun with him around. I do get that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I must admit, I don't know what's going on. I'm just looking myself. I don't see any. I don't see the news. Yeah, I mean, this is, of course, I guess this was their champion, is Billy Dunn. This was their champion. So expecting on Tuesday. So next Tuesday, they're expecting the decision. So again, all we can read into this is that this guy must have been really on board with them, and maybe he has a lot of sway, and now he's retiring, and so now they're wondering, well, who's this next person coming in? May have already expressed earlier that she's not on board. Teresa Baraccio is not on board. Or is there some, I don't know. I mean, his immediate exit ahead of the agency's decision on the Riata drug raised suspicion about the timing. We won't know. So yeah, done last year. So he's a young guy, still pretty young, 53 years old. So why he's leaving? I mean, I guess that's up to we don't really know. Okay, wish me luck, guys. This is where sometimes I run into a problem. Deleting all at once. Yes. Phew, okay. All right, guys. Are there any more questions? I'm getting set to wrap this up. So not next Tuesday, as as it's sort of said in that PR that I got from IB, Interactive Brokers. AM. It just has that look, just has that look of something that might have a run at the end of the day. It's not a crazy low float, 36 million in the float. Oh, we're going to miss earning season. Really going to miss earning season. All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up now. Hey, no problem, Jamie. Okay, so I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody. And there it goes. Keep an eye on that AM, and I'll shut it down now. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Bye-bye. And now, YouTubers. Oh, I'll get rid of you guys. I shouldn't say it like that. A bit adieu to you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.